Kill Sector X. It's time for Sector News at 6. Good evening, everyone. I'm the Daddy Mac. Has the universe really become a safe place? According to our field research, it does indeed seem that way. The forces of evil we were used to reluctantly share our universe with have migrated to the furthest reaches of the cosmos in order to wage war for true supremacy atop the figurative Dark Throne. Dubbed Valhalla, this area of space is off limits for the safety of even the most godlike of heroes, at least until the seemingly endless combat subsides for a moment. What about the safety of our gladiatorial society at the core of our universe? Could there perhaps be something beneath the surface? Our most reliable source, who wishes to remain anonymous, says, yes, this information comes to us from a data mine of a remote destroyed laboratory. The rumored escaped doomsday machine known as Clutch remains at large. This full scale of its destructive capabilities are currently unknown, and he is considered a maximum threat to existence itself. We now understand this technological terror is likely not alone. Our informant does not believe the massive newborn machine could stay hidden by itself for this long. Something is fishy here. What do you think? We'll keep you updated as the story develops. Now, on to our next story. A news bulletin streaming across the universe by the Daddy Mac, having the appearance of one of those roadside performing robots that you would see down in the likes of Hollywood and whatnot. We now pan out from a TV screen. Zooming further out, we find ourselves in the den on the planet Crushgore. The den is one of these very hastily made, hole-in-the-wall type taverns. Many warriors from all around, the toughest of the tough, gather over here near the brink, one of the most dangerous and volatile places in the entire universe. Within the structure, there are 3 of the greediest warriors that you could imagine sitting by a table. One of them has a head that is used as a flail held in his hand. This humongous monstrosity of an undead zombie, shades of blue, has a permanent grimace on its face as it stares off into the TV, not saying a word. Next to him is a quite enormous as well, but not as large as this flailed being. We see a very stylish looking fellow, muscle bound, wearing a large fur coat of green with a green feathered boa around his neck. Green eyebrows flecked up into little horns at the end, and green hair styled with many waves and swishes, and an egotistical look on his face as he gazes onto the TV. And lastly, there sits an angelic machine-like entity, vaguely reptilian, standing with these many layers of armor and tail, refusing a seat as it sits by the other 3, continuing a conversation. So, what do you think of that? I mean, I think we could do something about it. I mean, we don't need to involve the big guy. We can probably do this one ourselves. What do you think? There is no reason why we would need to take that course of action. Please leave a message at the tone. I mean, come on! I mean, we were into this. The old boss got taken out. What are we gonna handle now? I mean, we see plenty of these situations. These few guys gather together, they accomplish great things, they triangulate. Now why can't we do that? I mean, we gotta stay as a unit, right? I mean, I'll always have the big guy, but I mean, hey. The large flailed like zombinoid creature begins lowly grumbling under his breath as this large, massive echo bounces from his chest, shaking the room. Well, I mean, there's gotta be someone. We could figure something out, couldn't we? This green, stylish fellow, known as the Grink, begins to take a sip of his grog, standing by the long 18-person table. All right. So, from here, players can feel free to insert themselves as deemed fit. I imagine we'll do a situation of one at a time, and as long as everyone is in by some instance of combat, then we will be good. Like, minor spurts of combat will not count.
So in a dark corner of this tavern, as per usual, there is a brooding woman sitting there, by herself, having a drink at the bar. She has fox ears and a fluffy fox tail. As per usual, again, in an anime type setting, she's scantily clad. Her boobs are way too fucking big. Um, and she really is not paying much mind to anybody. She's just kind of sitting there by herself.
After some time, the large flail wielding undead creature is going to turn towards you. You can feel the rumbles coming deep from within its chest, bouncing off like the loud sound of drumming in a stadium. You are not knocked over, but you can feel a deep billowing force from beneath its chest as it just gazes.
She'll look kind of. Her head's facing down, but she's looking up like, can I help you?
This low alligator-like bellowing, similar to the noise that they make, a territorial sound. The Grink, with his stylish green flare, will quickly give a soft backhand to the shoulder of the flail wielder. Hey, knock it off, come on, freaking jackass. Is this guy bothering you?
If he was bothering me, I would handle it.
Well, the Grink steps up to his feet, seemingly out of breath. You see him dust himself off, and it seems like pounds of grit and grease come off of him as he extends one of his large gorilla-like hands towards you, calloused. My name's the Grink, and I'm on the brink. How are you doing?
She will grab the hand with a firm shake and say, I'm Victoria. I wish I had a rhyme.
His hands feel very rough and coarse, almost like they're made of stone by how calloused they are. Pleasure's all mine. Now, what brings you over to this very particular location?
She. Sorry. Aaron, you threw me off. She's gonna kind of look away a little bit and say, I'm just here for a drink.
Oh, you're talking to the grink? You're just having a drink over here on the brink? You think that's a believable story just because it rhymes? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. The Grink himself looking like he's pulled straight out of Dr. Seuss. As you get a good look at him, he is very Grinch-like. Big old sinister grin, all this detail of green, very grungy looking. As a large grin starts to overtake his face, you see the grin start to come off of where the structure of his face should end. And the grin continues before stopping about a few feet wide. Believable story. Believable story. The Grink takes a big old seat and a bunch of dust kicks up. Anyway, as I was saying, he turns over to this angelic reptoid, standing in a very proud stance. Upon further inspection, she seems to be floating a little bit off the ground. Now, what do you say? We don't seem to be meeting eye to eye here. Now, the proper course of action, I believe, would be to cancel and delete and eliminate all of the opposition. This is the only way. In fact, if we stumble across anyone of the gladiatorial way, they must be snuffed beneath our feet. Do I make myself clear? Whoa, alright, we're not trying to... I just want the brink to expand. I want the same things the big guy wants. It all is for Bastardon in the end. Alright? I don't want to go on an extermination. That's not my cup of tea. I'm grimy, but I'm not a scuzzbag. You feel me? Alright, Grinky old pal. How about you head outside of this building and join your head of the table, friend? Alrighty, you talk weird. I'm out of here. Weird. Reptoid. The Grink takes a few steps through one of the few holes that are directly in the side of the den, and makes his way outward. The reptilian mechanical angel still remains in the building, as well as Flail, who is just heavily breathing, staring down the TV. Does Victoria do anything else from here before we move on to the next segment?
She will just keep her eyes on this group. She's not incredibly happy with it because they seem like they want trouble.
Alright. Flail continues to grip his flail, his long spine ending with his own head. Not swinging it around, but keeping it held, continuing to make these territorial bellows deep from within its chest. After some time, there is a commotion from outside. You can hear a whole bunch of yelling. You can hear the mechanical steps of cyborgs. You can hear the stomps of beasts of burden. You can hear the swords clashing and blood-curdling cries of combat. Something is going down outside. So with this noise, I will say Flail is going to quickly get an alert position and just storm through one of the holes, just making a large hole through the side of the den, giving off these large growls, making his way outside.
And while he's doing that, in comes through the front door, about 6'5". Looks like he's wearing some kind of plates with organic underneath. He's got this helmet on with this giant fin on the top, and he walks in and he just kind of walks up to the bar and is like, "Hello, sir. I really want a drink. Can I have a drink, please?"
Walking up over to the bar, you notice that it's empty.
A drink. Yeah, drinks. Drink for me.
Could you give me a perception check?
79.
You notice that there's no one at the bar, but it looks like there is a bottle with a little bit of liquid at the bottom of it over in the corner. It looks to be dark purple.
Straw? Because I can't drink anything up through this mask. I need a straw, please. Anybody got a straw? Straw? You got a straw? I need a straw! Straw? Nobody. Nobody has a straw in this whole place? God damn it, I put the bottle down and I walk away. And he says that out loud.
All right.
Like he says he's going to put the bottle down and he's going to walk away.
I will hand him a red vine. I don't have a straw, but if this will shut you up.
Well, I'm really thirsty. I'm not really hungry. Thank you very much.
There's a hole in the middle, like your head.
Oh, I don't get it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
She goes back to her drink defeated.
Hi, I'm Mac. Who are you? I'm Mac. Did I say that already? My name is Mac.
I'm
It's Mac!
Victoria. You are very high energy.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. What about you? Who are you? What is your name? Victoria? Victoria what?
Victoria. That's
Victoria.
all you need to know.
Those are very nice ears, Victoria.
Thank you.
Oh, very nice ears. Yes. I'm going to sit down with Victoria. I'm sitting down now.
Hey, I'm sitting here! Get off me!
Oh, for a second there, I thought I sat on my own nuts. Okay, thank you.
Blending in with these musty old chairs very well is quite a familiar shape. And after closer observation, revealing himself is...
A nutsack. A large 18-inch nutsack, upside down, wearing a kilt with little legs coming out, allowing him to move around. He has one weird, tendrily arm, like a long whip with a big, flat hand shape at the end, ready to slap the shit out of anybody who gets in his way. It's like one of those rubbery, sticky things you used to flick against the wall in the 90s and 80s. And he's very hairy, and that's that.
Well, that's really disgusting. You know, there's a thing that you can shave all the hair off. It's called manscaping. You might want to try that. It might make you look a lot better.
What do I look
More-
like? A vegetarian?
More attractive.
Disgusting.
This is a little much for me.
It's a little much for me!
You sat on it.
Who would think there would be a nutsack on a chair? Not
What do
me.
you mean little? I
Not
don't
you.
like what you're insinuating. I'm just here sitting here, minding my own business, and you try to come and sit on me.
Well, everybody, you're on a chair, man. And you're really small, and we're going to sit on you.
I
Make
think
it
I'm
relevant.
quite large, thank you very much.
I'm going to get up and kind of walk around this nutsack and be like, "Are you drinking? How are you drinking?"
Don't worry about the physics there, sweet titch. But make yourself useful and fill my glass.
She'll sit back down.
You're not going to
remind-
get a tip that way, lady.
You remind me of my father.
I probably am your father.
She'll brood and she'll have an internal monologue of, "Can I do this? Here we go. My father always talked down to me like that, and I wanted to kill him for it until he was killed. And then I didn't know what to do and I didn't know where to go. And so that's why I act so angry all the time. And this nutsack is bringing those feelings back." As she sips her drink.
The angelic raptor in the corner is just staring at the three of you after these interactions and just looks very puzzled. with its head crooked to the side, leaning forward in a very peculiar way, hand under its chin, floating in the air only a few inches off the ground from its toes. It just sits there, kind of puzzled, thinking.
Is
And-
there a bartender here, or are we just helping ourselves?
It looks like a help-yourself buffet-style bar, and there aren't many drinks left. There's, from what you can tell right off cuff, there is a bottle with some purple stuff, with a very narrow neck, with some dark purple goo. And then there seems to be something else that is clear, almost to the point where it looks like there's nothing in it, but you can feel that there's weight to it, and there is a swishing, a sloshing noise.
Can I percept the clear stuff?
Yes, you can.
Starting off strong, guys. 26.
All right. From what you can tell, it seems to be some kind of very strong, clear liquor. You have a feeling that it might be derived from the land of crushed gore itself, being made of this very dry powdered material. Because it seems to have, you're getting that kind of a weird smell from the outside of the bottle itself.
I
Very
will
dry.
pour the Met guy a glass to see how he handles this liquor.
All right.
Inside his head, he's thinking, I've never drank before. Last time I drank, I went to a bar and I gave them a fake ID and they kicked me out. Now she's giving a drink at this weird bar and I've never drank before. What do I do? What do I do? Do I drink it? Do I not drink it? Do I look like an idiot? Do I drink it and then look like an idiot? What do I do? No!
All
I'm
right.
extending the glass, looking at him like, why the fuck isn't he taking this?
Rubs his hands together and he's thinking about it. And no thanks, I don't want to drink. No drink
If
for
you
me.
want hair on your balls, like this gentleman over here,
No thank you.
why not? Now I'm curious.
No, don't know what that's going to do to this armor that I'm wearing, and I don't want any alcohol in it or whatever is that glass. I don't want it. I don't want it. Please, thank you very much.
She will push the glass over to the ball sack. Very interested as to how this is going to be imbibed.
And a plume of smoke comes out the sides of his mask, and it smells like raspberries.
Are you vaping in there?
How do they know?
The liquid in the glass just starts to disappear. And there's weird little pulsations down the front of the ball sack. Almost as if it's swallowing.
She
All right.
jumps back and grimaces like, oh, I'm never going to be able to unsee that.
All right. That drink goes down. It goes down hot. It goes down harsh. There's a little bit of a menthol endothermic cooling effect as you feel directly down the passageway of consumption just feels icy. So it'll probably cause some shrinkage momentarily, but probably nothing beyond cosmetic shrinkage.
The nutsack gets goosebumps and all of its hairs kind of stick out straight for a little bit, and then they, retract and he relaxes. The skin just kind of gets more relaxed too.
Okay. Yeah. So just about after that happens, the angel witnessing this is just going to go outside immediately after that happens, just kind of shaking her head. And yeah, there sounds to be like mounting commotion outside as you can hear chants. You hear the sounds of things being thrown and then hitting the ground. It sounds like something's starting to spark off outside.
What's that noise? Should we go check that out? I think we should go check that out. Sounds like a fight. We probably should go help people in this fight.
Victoria will put her hands in her pockets you had no idea were there and start to
Whoa.
walk outside.
I had no idea you had hands.
She'll flip around and her boobs will jiggle a little bit. Whatever do you mean?
Well, I'm going to follow her outside.
All right, so the party make their way outside, out into the wastes of Crushgore. The ground is a dry, mummifying type sand, almost like a coarse granules. Not quite snow, not quite sand. Does not fall from the sky. There is a mist hanging in the air. It's you can only have so much visibility as you make your way through this wasteland. Around you, you do not see many surroundings. Any kind of creatures are probably beneath the land. You can see a large antlion type creature scuttling beneath the wastes, almost nipping at one of your ankles, but not fully striking, worried of the consequence. You make your way past a few of these cactus-type structures spouting out flames, seemingly some kind of a plant or fungal structure. Then after about no time at all, you see a ring starting to form. A virtual arena made out of people, if you will. So forming up in a circular fashion, you'll see many cyborgs, beings bearing biotubes and arm weapons, teeth sharpened up, bodies immense and bulking with muscles, armor and tooth and claw, acidic blood in nature like that. Some of the roughest, toughest people you could think of. In the center of this ring, you see two people taking part in combat. The two that you see fighting, one of them looks as though he's almost as though he's some kind of a politician or a bureaucrat or something. Does not really have the appearance of a warrior like the rest of these. He's at least a few inches shorter than most of these beings and much smaller. A body made out of glass. And within the body, you can see blue blood coursing from throughout its body, for it has not hit any kind of oxygen, fully not being oxidized. You can see this glass-like figure taking many dives and leaps, gliding across the ground as though it was made of ice. Engaging him in combat is a large pachyderm, an anthropomorphic mammoth, bearing large tusks, body covered in armor, wielding in his hands a rocket-powered warhammer that he uses to fight. Sparking off the thruster at the end of his hammer, he takes many desperate strikes, clashes at the ground in an attempt to stun him and shatter him. You can tell that if this small bureaucratic-type figure gets hit once, you have a feeling he won't make it back from it. But he is diving away, making multiple strikes on this large being. And that is pretty much what you can gather right now. You can see there are two figures engaging in combat, and there is a circle of people cheering on. What do you do from there?
I'm gonna watch.
All right, so you form up into the ring. People to your left and to your right welcome you into it in a non-hostile way, and they will even make way for you. And they seem to keep a reasonable amount of distance. And they watch the fight. One of them gives a little tap on your shoulder and a thumbs up with his strange tentacle arm.
I'll just nod to him, hands still in my pockets. Say, hey, tentacle guy, what's going on here? We got a fight club situation?
We got ourselves a fight going on over here. It's gonna be a good one. You see, the two people locked into combat right now, they got some different viewpoints. That big guy, his name is Bastardon. He wants to expand the brink. This land of chaos, war, and despair. No one knows how it got this way. Perhaps it was a doomsday weapon detonated years ago. Some say it's the gravesite of a god. Either way, it is how it stands. The other one he's fighting, he's a political type. He goes by the name Blue Blood. He is against the expansion of the brink, for he does not agree with the chaotic nature that Bastardon embodies. But look at them fight. Bastardon can't even lay down a single hit. It's nearly impossible. But if Bastardon lays down one strike, it will be the end of the fight. I can't wait for the conclusion of this climactic piece of combat.
This tentacled machine, it seems as though the head, the torso, and the legs are completely mechanical, and you notice that the left and right arms seem to be tentacled. So almost a Krang-esque style cyborg, but it is a much larger mollusk-type individual inside, with these large, massive tentacled arms. And there seems to be a green acidic spew coming out from the sharpened robotic teeth, bared atop its false head.
I nonchalantly make my way further away from that guy.
He gives a smile as you see the acid drool hits on his own feet and disintegrates them a little bit, to which he has no reaction.
Goodbye.
Just waves with his tentacle. What does the rest of the party do?
I'd be puking a little in my mouth, if anybody could see my mouth.
I just step away from this guy. I've seen way too much anime. I'm going to step away. I know what happens when the tentacle guy is near you. I'm going to walk away now. Bye. See you later. Bye.
Step away from the tentacle guy. So with everyone bearing witness, you see that this piece of combat is about to hit its climax.
That's my favorite part.
Blue Blood dives to the left and to the right, with his pointed triangular feet getting the perfect footing. He is dressed very dapper. And he is just diving around. You can see that his evasion seems to be off the chart. Many of the people on the sideline seem to be giving their own commentary, and it's just blending together into like a large, muddled up mess of the good, the bad, and the ugly. Oh, he dives down, he goes over, almost gets hit with a hammer. Oh, and he comes on in and almost makes collision. That does not work. One hit and this thing is over, folks. This could be the end of it. Oh, that guy almost got him. Yeah, that's great. Oh, no, he missed him that time. Uh-oh. There was just a blend of the audience cheering along. You can also see a few audience members reach into a pocket or a some kind of apparatus, and they pull out a skull, and they seem to kiss the forehead of this skull or press forehead to forehead, some kind of blessed action, and then throw it to the sky in some kind of ceremonious way as the fight looks to fully reach its end.
Can I percept that?
Understanding which thing specifically?
The whole skull thing.
The
like
skull
kissing it
thing.
and throwing it to the sky.
You could give me a knowledge check if you try to understand it.
27. I got one more than last time.
It looks to be some kind of ceremonious thing. You can't tell what, but you notice as you look up to the sky, hanging right to the sky, right in the trajectory of where they're trying to throw it, looks to be the moon of the planet Crush Gore. And it seems to be in the shape of a large skull. And it has like a strange, hollowed, sacred feel when you look at it. You don't know anything more than that, but you get like a strange feeling when you look at that moon.
She'll stare up at it for a while and reminisce about her family and when they died.
Specifically because you are having thoughts around the fallen and the deceased, you feel a greater connection with the sacred moon hanging in the sky.
She'll have a little weepy, watery eye moment, but there will not be a tear that will fall.
As you consolidate yourself, you feel a piece of destiny, the red string of fate, is going to be entangled with that moon at some point. You are destined to cross paths with it. And after this understanding, the finale of the conflict is about to begin. As you see incredibly desperate strikes being made by Bastodon, his mighty swings, as he swings around with all of the strength that he possesses. The mighty pachyderm flailing his cape on his back, which is a flag for the brink, slowly being tattered from the combat. He gives a mighty horizontal swing with all the pivot strength directly from the hips, does not make contact, but he lets go of his hammer. Releasing his hammer, it becomes a mighty hammer throw, but it does not make contact and hangs in the air. Blue Blood is getting ready to dive in and make the finale strike, for the hammer is not going to make contact. But what's this? Bastodon triggers a mechanism within his hammer while in the air, and it is going for a massive ground pound strike! The hammer is about to come careening into the ground, but Blue Blood dives out of the way. But a massive shockwave reverberates all along the ground. Blue Blood is stunned. Blue Blood is prone. Blue Blood is knocked over. There are cracks on Blue Blood. Bastodon quickly grabs his hammer. He's running. He's going in a straight line. It's over! It's over! It is complete! It's done! With a mighty strike, Blue Blood is slain. With that final bit of momentum, he is shattered. The blue blood from within his body hits the Crush Gore air and lights up a bright red as it sputters all around. The audience gives a massive cheer as Bastodon raises his warhammer to the sky. The brink will expand evermore. It is my will. It shall be done. He grabs a skull from off a chain hanging around his waist. He presses it to his forehead, looks up at the moon, and chucks it directly towards it, letting out a mighty death cry. You can see many people replicate this and begin to run over to him to kind of attempt to hoist him up in victory, but he's so big that they don't get a proper hoist on the guy. In the wreckage of Blue Blood being shattered, in the shards of what is left of him, you can see two people gathering around to mourn. 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, as you see a small group begin to encircle the deceased. How does the party proceed?
Looks like the fight's over. It must be done.
Victoria is silent but she's thinking, such carnage and chaos, everybody's so bloodthirsty. It's just going to destroy this planet whether the brink expands or not. I can't take this. I don't know how long I can live like this.
The sound of a fart escapes the nutsack.
That brings her back to reality.
I've seen better fights.
You see better fights? Where have you seen better fights?
How do you see anything?
I never thought about it. Where are your eyes?
After
Some of
some
us don't
time,
need eyes to see.
Bastardon locks eyes with these three people. After being all caught up in Jubilee and being hoisted, you see these small beady eyes lock onto you with pure fire behind them. Who is this? You hear the sound of these two massive pachyderm feet stomping down on his very own earth. Who are you three? I am not welcoming to tourists! He hoists his rocket-powered warhammer over his head in a readied position.
Calm down there, Nancy. We're just watching the spectacle.
Nancy, is that an attempt at an insult? One of the greatest warriors from the Brink's name was Nancy. Do not speak ill of their name. What are you doing in my place?
Name Nancy?
Laugh now, little squishy one. You look like you wouldn't stand up to my hammer. He raises his warhammer very high as he
That's what I
can from
told
the
your
tip.
mother last night.
You couldn't take my mother. Foolish sack of pride, full of hot air. I'm full of muscle, I'm full of hate, I'm filled to the brink. Giving a massive flex of his mammoth body, he's going to try to show off his various strange muscle groups, many that you didn't know existed. That's
needs
what a
muscles
real
like
warrior
that?
looks like.
I'm 95% testicles, baby.
100% testosterone.
Oh, one of the best parts? I'm not gonna show you my unit, because it's bigger than you! Oh, but you got guts! You got guts, I'll give you that. I would have squished grapes like you for something lesser. Where you aiming? What brings you tourists into my land?
Well, actually, I was inside the bar, but I followed stripper titties out here to watch the spectacle.
I can tell you're not from here. I'm looking around. Where's your tubes? Where's your robo parts? If you don't got that, where's your muscles? This guy looks like he gets the idea, pointing over to the one wearing this strange biomechanical suit. The Matt Guyver. You look like you get the memo. I still get a feeling you're not from here, 'cause I'd expect you to be a little taller.
Don't judge me by my size. I don't judge you by your size. Don't look at me like I'm like a little kid in this suit, because you don't know if I'm a little kid in this suit. How do you know that? Don't look at me like that. I'm not a kid!
You can hear chuckles begin to form inside of his trunk as they let out small little joyous trumpets. I like this one. This one's funny. But I can tell you're much more powerful than what people assume right from the outside. They may call you little one, but that's gonna make you bigger, friend. So, I'm in a good mood. I just shattered that guy. His family watched. Oh, that makes it great. The brink is expanding evermore, and my way will be supreme. So I'd like to give out a favor. You didn't stop, and good on ya. So tell me, let's come inside and have a chat. He brings you inside, sits at his very large throne in the middle of the room, has 2 3-gallon each buckets of grog that he is sipping out of with his trunk. And he gestures all of you towards some chairs about 5 feet in front of him. Take a seat, take a seat. Take a load off.
I'm going to hop up on a seat that MacGyver was just about to sit on. And I'm like, what's the deal with you, Shunny?
Yeah, what's up with you? Trying to sit on the sack?
God damn it! Why does the sack always under my chair? I swear to God, I'm gonna. And I sit down.
I will.
Sorry.
I'll stand behind the two of them, arms crossed.
Oh no, you can't sit behind me. You can't stand behind me. You have to sit down. You have to sit down, and I'll stand behind you. Ladies have to sit down. Ladies cannot stand up. Ladies have to take a seat. It is the chivalrous honor of myself that you have to take my seat.
I'd rather see her make me a sandwich.
You've missed the memo where we are not in chivalrous area here.
And he thinks to himself,
Oh, is that so? Are you telling me chivalry's dead on the brink? It's not. I'm just very masculine and toxic. That's just me. Even though a lot of us are like that, some of our greatest warriors have been women. Like Nancy.
I argue with you. You are toxic.
Let me show you a picture. He goes along his belt, these many things kind of on chains dangling around his waist. One of them is a picture. This is Nancy. He shows you a picture of this very muscle-bound cyborg with multiple arms and legs added. Almost a very spider-like type appearance. Nancy was great. Not the greatest warrior of all time, but an excellent one. She trained many. She taught me much. Her body wasn't the best or built for combat, so she built it up, and she made it that way. And she taught me many things I know.
I'll smirk, I bet.
Now
God,
you
take her
three.
for a spin.
Oh, what a sack. So, what are you three looking for? Sips around on his grog.
Why do we have to be looking for anything? Why can't we just be exploring?
Oh, everyone's in search of something, and I can tell from the look in your eye, you've got some business. Oh, you've got some unfinished business. Yes, you do. Sips from his grog once more, with a very know-it-all look about himself.
She'll clench her fist. Nobody needs, and she'll think in her head, nobody needs to know about my, God damn, my brain's not working. Nobody needs to know about my quest looking for who slaughtered my family as I hid in the closet and had to watch every single limb be torn, one by one, slowly. It was horrible. And she'll just...
Macedon's left eye opens really quick. Little bit of fire in you. Macedon crosses his legs and takes more of a confident seat in his chair. You have unresolved business with the dead, don't you? That's what it sounds like to me.
Don't we all?
Not me. I've had no means to resurrect the dead, or mess with them, or have any part with it. But I got some knowledge about such things. He leans towards and extends his trunk almost to whisper something to you. I know a place. Go to the moon. Go to Skull Core. There you'll find answers. You want to be at peace with the dead? That's the place to go. He brings his trunk back towards his drink.
She'll
leave
just,
you with a story.
Okay.
You want to hear it?
Yes.
She'll shrug.
That moon in the sky, skull core. You know, that originally was someone's skull. Hence the name, Skull Core. There were two great warriors in the past. Emperor Scream Yell. And his brother-in-arms, General Kill Axe. They were the inspirations of many a legend, and their brotherhood was legendary. However, during a great conflict with a mighty cosmic entity, Bassadon seems to tear up, wiping his eyes with his hands, but then quickly doing it with his trunk to mask it better. Emperor Screamyo was killed. In a fit of rage, General Killax clenched the skull of his fallen brethren, and he threw it into the heavens with so much force and malice that over time it collected material and became a moon. That is the story of Skullcore. Now, be off. I have business to attend to. I have expansions to attend to.
I'm gonna start looking for a way to Skullcore.
All right, you can give me a knowledge check to try to figure out the best way to get there.
This is going well. 10.
All right. Well, it's a moon. You can't walk there. You're going to need some way to get to a moon. You have a basic idea of, like, it's up there, it's far away.
I think we need a ship. Is there a ship around? Maybe we can find some place to buy a ship. Maybe a rocket? Maybe a car that flies to space?
Somebody else better roll knowledge on where a ship is at. Because I'll be asking, I don't know, a child on the street.
I got a 37. Oh.
After some thought, it comes across you that Bastodon doesn't seem to really want to get off-world, but if you talk to one of the others that maybe is a little more technologically savvy-looking, maybe they have a ship. Maybe they go off-world.
Hey guys, maybe we should go talk to somebody else. Maybe we should look for one of those nerdy ones. Maybe one of those guys that look like they're from outer space. But they all look like they're from outer space, so I don't know. Look there, baby! That is super cool!
Look for somebody that wears glasses and is incredibly happy.
Look for somebody who's wearing a vest.
All right. So I will say, everyone can give me a perception check. I can kind of see what you all get to look for those kind of traits. And then we can
82.
see what you find.
61!
47.
It's because you have no eyes.
I have plenty of eyes.
So collectively, looking high, looking low, between all three of you, quickly trying to catch up with the ring of people that was dissipating. The first group of people that you run into seem to be the group that is mourning the loss of Blue Blood. They're still there, they're still mourning. The group has subsided to a smaller amount, but it seems like only the people closest to him remain. How do you precede the mourning group of people?
I'm sympathetic, but I don't know that I want to show that outwardly.
So I will say, because Sean Connery's transdimensional nutsack is overconfident,
Oh, wait, Victoria and Sean Connery's nutsack are overconfident. So
Yeah,
both of you at the same time have to try to break the ice. And because you both have overconfident, yeah, it might muddle over each other. So both of you can try to back and forth try to make an attempt to do so.
Hey, your pal who lost the fight. He was really limber, dodging left and right, and up until the point where he got squished into a little puddle.
I know you're feeling not so happy right now. Maybe even a little sad. Hi. I'm Victoria.
The two sets of eyes gaze over you first. Victoria, the set of eyes that you see, you can tell are the eyes of a widow. And she looks incredibly somber. She looks to be a naturally born cyborg versus a more modified cyborg, like she was born cybernetic. Her collarbone seems to have little tiny holes in it, almost as if it's a flute or a wind type instrument, as you can hear mournful tunes echo out of the sides of her collarbones. She seems to be sad and mournful.
I will
Sean-
kind of melt a little more. Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no. Keep going.
I was gonna say I would try to extend my hand to her to see if I don't know much about cyborgs, but I'd extend my hand to see if she's willing to take some comfort.
You can see that her hands are placed on the shoulders of a small child, who's maybe around, I guess, maybe not a small child. I was thinking maybe around 12 years old. No, maybe like 11 years old. But it looks to be like an 11-year-old cybernetic kid with a who was born with like a respirator face mask type thing. He has dreadlocks hanging down from his head, and his eyes lock with Sean Connery's nutsack with intensity.
Yeah, you're a little young for me.
I think I'll just go sit crisscross applesauce by them silently, kind of offering my silent condolences.
All right. So I need to check something quick. All right. So the kid is going to lock eyes with Sean Connery's nutsack and got a 96 to hit him. So this is going to be a crit. You see with incredible speed. Yep.
I'm gonna have to use perfect defense to make sure that nobody sees me get hit by a child.
So this thing's critical effect is going to be that your perfect defense won't be able to activate.
Son of a bitch!
So if you have another defensive capability, you can do that, but the idea is this is going to eat up an additional defensive capability of what it would normally. So if you have another one, you can attempt to use another one.
Alas, I do not have another.
All right. Oh, okay. So, okay, you do have some backup stuff. So this is going to use up the perfect defense. So what's going to happen, this child is going to leap from the ground and go airbound.
Wait a second.
What's that?
I have improvised counter.
You
I
do?
have a chance. Yeah. I have a chance.
You can attempt to do so. Yeah, he got a 96.
Oh, no, I rolled a 12, not counting any bonus, so.
All right, so this child dives at you, the cybernetic child, with intensity. You can feel reverberating sound waves shaking the ground, kicking up the dusts of crush gore. He goes airbound, completely locked into your eyes, and with full momentum, he's going to just reach his fist out forward, Superman style, and is just going for a big old punch to the nuts. Okay. So this is going to hit. This is going to be bludgeoning damage, so it will get a ×2 because of that. But nothing additional will happen from there. Okay. Sean Connery's nutsack. All right, you are going to receive 150 bludgeoning damage.
Well, inappropriate touching.
And,
So I
and that
guess
is and
I
that
would
is
have to
with the times 2.
die hard in order to not
Mhm.
die. So I'll be at
All
1
right.
hit point.
Yep. So you're down at 1 health. You just see this kid, like no more than like 11, just give a big old punch, and you can hear him yelling, and that's what almost seems to do more of the damage. It didn't seem it was so much the punch, but these sound waves hitting you from outside of the respirator and pumping off of these small speaker-like devices on his body are just damaging the hell out of you once he got close. And he just has intensity in his face. And you can tell, like, his speech isn't exactly normal. It seems to be, like, weird frequencies that are just, like, slamming into you. That being said, you can tell that the mother of this child, you see, like, reaches out but does not seem to have that kind of power to stop him. What does the party do?
That was quite a hit there, Sonny. I didn't see your father give 5% of that performance. Wow, you must have got that from your mother. Boy, what's she doing tonight?
You can see the child just get more enraged. What does the
I
party do?
want to turn to the mother and say, I don't really have an allegiance with this nutsack yet. And I feel bad for the family. So I want to turn to the mother and say, is there any way that we can calm him?
An allegiance? Aren't you the waitress?
So, so as this like beatdown is going on, the mother, very wide-eyed, is going to lean over to you, seeming to have at least a bit of trust in you. Yeah, this is getting extremely out of hand. His father just died, and he did say some awful things. I might be able to let them go, but Speaker is not like that. Very pent up.
I think you better control your boy before I have to paddle his ass.
I apologize for that thing. We just met in the bar. You know, I just wanted to talk to you, and I understand your son's anger. Can we talk him down?
Why don't we all try to give it a shot? How about you? And is that your friend back there? Is he a bug? Pointing over to the MacGyver.
And in his mind, he's thinking, how do I let them know that I didn't like pay attention to any of that because I was staring at her massive rack? How do I let them know that? And why is she pointing at me now? Oh, did she catch me? She catch me checking out a giant rack? Okay, I better go over there now.
I'll tell the mom. I'll say I just met him as well, but he seems a little more down to earth. Hey, Met Guy.
Yeah, Foxy Cat Girl. Yeah, what's up?
The mother here says that we could probably talk her son down. I don't want to hurt them.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I'd hate to put her son in the grave the same day as her father. I mean, wait.
Why is he bleeding so much?
Take this nutsack down.
Oh, vasectomy time. All right, I got it.
I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity to do my second wind and heal myself.
All right. So, okay, so one of you guys attacked the nutsack, correct?
No, I want to try to talk the kid down first.
Okay, but I wanted to see, did that happen? Because I just wanted to check that.
One of you attacked the nutsack?
No, not
no,
yet.
No, it was... Oh, okay. I was just trying to see if anyone did that. Sorry.
I'm just saying that may have to happen because this is a child. So can I roll on like trying to talk him down or like assist the mother in calming him?
Yes. You can try to get through whatever you can, because you can tell the mother's going to try to find some way to try to talk him down, but if it's a bunch of people, it might help a little bit more. A little bit of backup.
75.
All right. So, the mother got a 3, so she's just going to be in hysterics because all the idea that her husband just died moments ago is going to flood to her, and she's just going to drop to her knees. And
So
just
his
kind of, yeah.
name was Speaker.
Yes.
I'm going to step forward and be like, Speaker! Do I get any,
As he's winding back like another punch to hit the sack, you see him kind of like turn for a second.
Speaker, I know how angry you are. I was angry like that when my family died. My father died in front of me too. But your mother needs you. Your mother needs you not to take the rage out on the world. Please, come calm down. Comfort your mother.
As you're giving your speech, you can see a tear roll down the respirator as he pulls his fist back. He looks over at the other party members getting ready to hit the sack that they came in with, and in seeing that, you can see a look over his eyes that if he wants to fight, it's got to be one-on-one, and there's more important matters. He puts his hand down. The incredibly loud cosmic noise coming from the respirator stops. He lands on his feet. He looks over at the sack, gives a warrior's bow, very hesitantly, but takes a breath, does a bow, and then goes over back to his mother, runs over to her, notices that she's on the ground, and then goes to pick her up.
I will bow back and just put my hands on their cybernetic shoulders and leave them be if they're good.
I'm going to say at a very low tone to these guys, I'm like, that kid hit like a tulip. It's a good thing you guys intervened.
Just sack all beaten up and bruised. Just nasty. You can see the mother says thank you under her breath for helping her son.
Give a silent nod.
As she's
it, but I'm giving her a wink and doing a finger gun at her, but it doesn't actually. It's not actually visible. It doesn't exist. But that's what I'm doing in my head.
You see like two little bumps inside the sack move in like little ways. They protrude a little bit.
Oh.
The last thing that the mother is going to oh no. So the last thing that the mother is going to say as she's hugging her child and she ends up getting to her feet, she looks over at the party. Is there anything else that I can do for you? I mean, you guys have helped me. What could I do for you at the least?
The question is, what can I do for you?
Victoria will leap up without letting the mom answer to him. We're looking for a ship to the moon.
With all this like explosions behind her.
Yep, and the
Ship
camera
to the
pans
moon.
down kind of slowly as she's freaking out. Ship to the moon.
A ship to the moon. Well, you see her look to her left, look to her right. There seems to be a few standbys that didn't intervene. Not family members, but it almost looks like business associates. They look much more bureaucratic, not fully equipped for combat. Many of them nervous, trying to dress properly for the brink. She looks over to one that is completely covered head to toe in a winter gear, and he kind of like mumbles something. He loosens the scarf around his mouth, and he leans over to the party. He seems to be very tall and have disproportionately long arms. You guys are looking for a spaceship?
Yeah, we want to go to the moon. The moon.
Want to go
the
to
big
the
moon.
moon? All right.
Yeah, the moon.
Come with me. We got a warehouse over here. Just follow us, alright?
Warehouse.
Okay. Warehouse.
Nothing
It's
weird
over
ever
there.
happens on a warehouse.
Sounds a little suspicious.
Well, we've been trying to combat the forces of Bastodon expanding the brink. This has been a major hit for us, but we do have a nearby facility that we do have a craft from. We're from off-world. It's where we store it. You did something great for the First Lady, so we're gonna do what we can for you. Crush Score's got a lot of tension over here. We've got people that want the brink to expand, and some that want it to just stay the way it is, some that want to reduce it. It's a hot button issue over here. I mean, I'm from here myself, and I've done some bad things, and I've been a hitman for years. I specialize in sucking the air out of people, but I don't do that anymore, and I want to make things right. So, come with me. We got a rocket, and we promise it's safe. Can you take my word? You see him extend his arm, and you see there's no hand. It almost looks as though the winter clothes has nothing inside of it, like it's empty. Just a void.
You're very out there about being trustworthy. It makes me nervous.
It's because I look like a straight-up ghoul. I have to make some kind of an attempt. This is the nicest I can make my voice sound. Do you want to hear what my voice normally sounds like?
Yes.
Well, it normally sounds like this. And there's an uncontrollable giggle I have to force away. It's a little bit of a nervous tick. So I just try to speak like this. It's difficult, but it doesn't freak people out. This is the best that I can do. Kumwo, I didn't even give my name. My name is Kumo Thermo, and I suck the air out of people. Sorry, that was my, when I was an assassin, my tagline. I suck the air out of people. Suck the air out of a room. I guess that's my new one. Criminy. Come with me. He gestures over. A whole bunch of these guards try to get to the sides of you as they ready a march over to the rocket.
Victoria will think in her head, I totally get this guy. He's putting on a face, for everybody out in the world. He's hurting. He's trying to make himself better, just like me. And I'll join the march.
In my
All
head,
right.
I'm thinking, I hope they have cocktails on this rocket. And ice. Pain relief.
Strap you to the outside of the rocket. It'll complete the phallus shape.
All right. So marching away through the sands of Crush Gore, you notice that the guards stand to the side. They seem to have some specialized equipment to deal with these strange antlion creatures, which are drastically above the size of normal, around the size of like a sports car. And they seem to try to nip away at the ankles of many of you. But all of which is very unsuccessful. Nothing goes right, and the people on the side try to shock them with staffs and shoot them with what ammunition they have. However, overall, it seems to be a pretty reasonable walk. One of you sees an end-over-end kind of cat-dog-style Gila monster creature, which seems to have the hands of an ape. And you can see it has some kind of a body in its mouth, and it's degloving the flesh off of the outside and letting it dry in the crushed gore sand before resuming it. It locks onto you with its two heads and watches you before, within a safe distance, he resumes his meal. You can hear loud screaming off in the distance of indigenous life. But after some time, you come across a weird-looking area. Like, you can tell it's lower-grade invisibility tech, because there's some weird, like, wave effect that you would not normally see. The mother walks up front, pushes a button on her device, and reveals a large dome. Well, this is the place. We got the rocket inside, we can peel back the dome, and we can get you to the moon. We got enough spare ones in here. She gestures everyone inside, and it seems to be like an old school warehouse. It's like a silo. It's all echoey on the inside, and there looks to be various forms of like firearms and cybernetics, and it seems as though that they took them over from some kind of bandit or hostile force. Because these don't look like the people that would even use half of these firearms, nor are they even capable. Okay, let's send you off. We got 2 rockets that work right. I want to send you with the best ones. We'll send you over with Rocket B. That will probably be for the best. You can tell that the kid is speaker standing right by his mother, like, very protective, like on edge, taking it on like a new duty. And he just looks pretty hostile.
I'll nod to speaker. Kind of give him a doing good, kid.
He lowers his guard a little bit more. You see his shoulders lose the tension that was in him. And he kind of stands a little bit more normal, and he tries to give the party a little more space.
And then Victoria's gonna say, before we get on the rocket, potty break! For real, though. I'll be right back.
All right. So yeah, does anyone do anything else before boarding the rocket?
No. Okay. So I think this is a good time for another monologue that so he's going to be thinking in his head, oh, I can't believe it. It's been so long since that last final day at Takashi High School when me, Seamus Fukumachi, was attacked by a gang of mutants. Stumbled over this weird hexagonal shaped object, and I picked it up, and I noticed that there's a weird crack in the covering. It lit up really weird, and I touched it, and my body got enveloped by this weird biological armor. And because of this flaw in it, I'm trying to find who made it so I can fix it!
Upon that last line, fix it, just echoes throughout the silo. Fix it, fix it, fix it. Every member in the facility turns, not in a who made that noise, but who made that noise? Like, whoa. And you can see some of them whisper amongst themselves. You can hear one of the more lab assistant looking ones, kind of cute, smaller girl, glasses, little petite thing, whispers something about you looking cute.
Oh, I heard that. How do I let her know that I heard that over my oversensitive ears?
You can try to approach her before the rocket takes off. It looks like now they're starting up the rocket. They're getting things ready. This looks like your chance before the rocket takes off.
I've never talked to a girl before. My high school is full of boys. What do I do? I've never talked to... Must have courage! Must talk to the girl! And he walks over, like, kind of meekly, kind of nerdy, kind of like a kid in, like, a junior high school dance. Going to go talk to a girl for the first time. Hi, my name's Seamus. What's your name?
So she's wearing these, like, thickly rimmed glasses. Like, there's just a few inches of glass on each of these things. She looks as though, she looks pretty human, fairly human. Probably human, from the looks of it. And she's wearing, like, a big old lab coat. She's short. And she has, like, this, like, long, greenish, like, wavy hair that, goes down past her shoulders. And she just kind of, like, looks over at you and has, like, a bit of a smirk. And doesn't say anything yet. So she seems to be handling it awkwardly as well. So how do you respond?
Just wondering if you knew anything about biomechanical armor and if you could help me fix this. I need it fixed. You look smart.
Without a word, she takes a little tiptoe towards you and starts checking out the armor. What in particular part of the armor are you trying to show her?
There's a crack on the ball in the forehead.
Okay.
It was broken when I picked it up, and it's still broken now. And it's talking to me a lot.
So she's going to look your suit over without a word, typing in a few things on her little wrist pad she has. She's kind of like looking you over really quick in that anime fashion of, oh, she's over here, and then in a flash, oh, she's like a few feet over here checking this out, oh, and she's over here. And now she's checking this out in like a very quick, jolty kind of fashion, where like the animation budget seems to go down for a second. And as she comically just like hops around, examining, measuring, doing all these things, she's going to look over her findings. There's going to be a long string of paper being printed out from the end of the wrist pad, and she's gonna rip it off like a receipt, and then begin looking it over before showing it to you. So she's gonna lean over, showing you this long, printed out thing. A lot of it is going to look completely incoherent, but there's occasionally stuff that you can read out. And she's going to try to read it to you. Well, it says here, listen to reason. Reason will find you. Reason has always been there. Reason shall be. Reason with permanency. Reason that permeates. I don't know what it means, but there's something wrong with your armor that I think you need to fix.
How would I fix it? I'm just a little kid. I'm not a little kid. I'm an old man. Not an old man. I'm a strapping 17-year-old boy. That's what I am. Ha ha ha.
After giggling to herself, she straightens out her glasses from sliding down, types a few more things into her wrist pad before pulling up some final findings. Well, what I can tell is that there's something else in there. It's not just you. There's something else, and that might be able to be interfered with. So let's just say you're trying to fully understand this armor, right?
That's correct. Yes.
But someone else, I think, has figured it out before you and is trying to do something from the other end. And it's only a matter of time. I just suggest you go on the rocket, go off in this great quest, and then resolve what you got to do, and then we can talk about something. And then she kind of just like gives like a little like skip away, like turning back, looking at you, and then goes back to her work, goes over to her other colleagues, where she seems to be chatting with them.
Well, that went well. Okay, back to my friends. Or acquaintances. I don't know if I can call them friends yet, because they're really not friendly. But one of them is really nice to look at. So, okay, I go back.
So you begin your jog over to where everyone else is. The rocket is beginning to start off. There's these massive amounts of steam that are jutting out of the ends. At the ends of the steam, you notice that it looks to be like soap bubbles. Like Willy Wonka style technology of like foam and soap bubbles, and steam is just spurting out of the end of this thing. And it has a very sweet smell to it. As the rocket looks like it's getting ready to lift off, a few engineers fully wearing face shields have start putting their thumbs up. And you can hear them attempt to yell over the face shields, "You can go on the rocket now! You can hop on there, and it'll bring you to great places. Come on! Hop on the rocket! Hop on the freaking rocket! Get on the rocket! Get on the bloody rocket! Get on the rocket! The engineers slowly, like it starts with one, it becomes two of them, it becomes three of them, and they seem to progressively be older as they keep going. Oh, Grandpa, get in here! We gotta tell him to get in the rocket! Get on the fucking rocket! Get on the rocket!
Victoria will get on thinking, if I die, at least I'll be reunited with my family.
You make your way to the rocket with the feeling of destiny behind you.
I walk up the ramp behind her, just checking out her butt.
I'm going to slowly follow everybody else.
All right, everyone makes their way up the ramp. MacGyver, you can see that scientist you spoke to before giving you a little wave before you take off. And Sean Connery's sack, the last thing you see as the doors is closing is the eyes of Speaker just locked onto you as it slowly closes.
I'm going to take my giant hand and wave it around slowly and bring all my fingers down except for the middle one.
You have a feeling that he bares his teeth beneath the mask as the last thing you see before it closes.
Boy, that little kid's full of spit and piss and vinegar. And I like him. He might be mine.
I think he's going to have a revenge wish against you for when he gets older.
I think when we come back here, I'm going to have to tell him that theory. He'll probably start hugging me. It'll be embarrassing.
I can only save your balls once.
Save my balls.
The machinery begins to whirl. The countdown looks like it's beginning 10 seconds before liftoff.
Is there somewhere to strap in?
Yeah, I'm going to go strap in.
Yeah.
It looks as though that there are some seats in a main hub chamber. It is built similar to like a living room / the main deck on the Starship Enterprise. It's that kind of a layout, where it looks as though you each will have like kind of like a center to control. It looks like there is navigation.
Is there a
There's
captain's
weapon.
chair?
Yes, there is.
Is there anybody in it?
Nope. The
I'm
rocket
gonna
is
go all ass
empty.
and jump right into it.
Saw that coming.
So there is a captain's chair, which is pretty much like an overall support role, leadership role. There looks to be a weapons area, just in case you need to use firearms, offensive capabilities, or use the power of the ship to do something other than travel. And then the third chamber over there, you aren't too sure what it's for, but there looks to be a third area. So there's a mystery zone, a captain's chair, and an offensive zone.
I want the mystery zone.
Okay. You go over to the mystery zone, there's computer screens and stuff. You just can't really tell what it is. All the other technology will be familiar to you all without knowledge rolls. That zone will require knowledge rolls.
It's a perfect place for me to be.
All right.
MacGyver, do you want the knowledge rolls or should I try my luck?
Completely blank. Just like this. 3 little dots are appearing over his head, and he's like, I can try. I will try. I'll try my best.
If he'll try, I'll go to navigation.
All right. So, I would like everyone. So let's see here. Oh, that's right. There was a navigation. So, what was it? Yeah, there's a captain's chair. That was a captain's chair. The weapon zone, and then the mystery is the navigation zone. You know the base thing it does is navigation, but there's obviously stuff also involved with it that you're unfamiliar with.
Okay, then the other amazing place for me to be would be weapons, so I will go there.
Okay, so I would like everyone to give me a roll in their respective zone, and that will determine how the trip goes on the ship.
71.
97!
All right. So that is so you got a 97 on the navigation.
No, on weapons. I moved to weapons.
On weapons. Oh, I'm sorry, weapons. And what do we got for the navigation roll? That was a
71.
71. All right. And captain, can we get a captain's roll?
Activate the life supports. Power the systems. Engage the launch thrusters. Get the life vest boats on standby and close the 3-ring circuits and put drinks on half price. I got a 34.
All right. So the rocket is going to take off. With the navigation and whatnot, you notice that you are going to very steadily go to your target. There looks as though to be a GPS system that is going to activate, and it's showing your distance from your target. Should not be long. Things navigate all right. Along the venture, however, there looks like there is a few hostile ships, these hastily put together bandit ships made of all different parts from other ships, hodgepodge, stapled and duct taped together. You can hear them screech through the sky, making sparks, making small animal noises almost as they are terrors in the night. With the offensive weapons roll, and due to it being a crit, do you want to do extra damage with this roll, or do you want some additional effect as the multiple cannons on the side of the ship begin to fire off these icy projectiles?
What am I firing against?
These multiple bandit ships that are hanging in the air. Just as you're taking off going to your target, there looks to be a few these small, scraggly, kind of scrapper bandit space pirate ships that see your nice ship and they seem to be trying to take a go at you. Your weapons roll is effectively your accuracy and how effectively you're using it. I can do the roll for damage. Because you got a crit, I'm asking, do you want to do twice the amount of damage, like do extra damage, like normally with a crit? Or do you want a bonus effect instead?
I want a bonus effect.
What would you like the bonus effect to be?
I would like to shoot a couple ships in front of this assault, and then they can kind of block the rest of the ships from getting to us, or even maybe kind of slam into them.
Okay. I'm going to get some damage rolls. The ships in front of you are going to be blasted away as one gets blown in half and spins and slams into another one. And with you going from in front of you to the left to the right, all that debris is going to slam away at ones behind you, nearly destroying all of them. Due to the proper navigation in those rolls, you're going to be able to weave in and out. However, with a lot of sudden action happening with this debris and all this heading towards the ship, this is where the captain's role comes into play. Last minute, the captain notices, oh, we need a really quick jerk to the left, jerk to the right. Let's put some more shields on the side so the ship doesn't take damage. And you manage to nullify some damage from your ship. The ship is damaged, but it looks as though you're still space-worthy. And you fly past the debris as all these bandits seem to get blown away behind you. The captain also does what he can to angulate the cannons as they fly away and revert power to the thrusters, which manages to blow away the rest of these bandit ships as you soar towards Skullcore. So now we will be landing on the moon, Skullcore. It has the appearance of that of a large alien skull made of accumulated matter from space. You're going to land in the mouth of it, where you will now find yourselves on the inside. It seems to be a massive memorial planet, a planet to remember the dead and the deceased. You can feel that it has a sense of being a hallowed ground, a sacred place, a place for mourning, a place where the chaotic nature of Crushcore cannot touch, a place that the brink cannot expand to. as you see these muscle-bound yellheads, these cybernetic muscle freaks, taking a minute to calm down and mourn those that were lost and those that came before. How does the party proceed?
Very quietly and sullen. I am just looking for... Bastodon said I would find what I was looking for up here, so I'm just waiting for a feeling.
Okay. So, I will say you will start to feel a pull from deep within the chambers, closer to the heart of this place. And you just feel a sense of you need to go deeper.
Hey, Nutsack, you'll like this. I feel like I need to go deeper.
I feel like you need to top off my drink.
I'll spit in it.
Well, I don't have a drink.
Spit to the side, hits the ground. You can see a person mourning over a grave. This serpentine creature, seemingly made out of fallen leaves and roots, just kind of rears its head up at you in disgust as you just spit on the ground of hollowed ground. It shakes its head with a bit of a thumbly hiss and then continues to mourn.
I will kind of internally freak out. I can't believe I just did that. I can't believe I disrespected the
Jeez! You
rites
have
of
like
mourning.
0 tact!
Says the guy who attacked a child.
I didn't attack anybody!
Says the guy who was goading a child.
I was just telling him the way it is. Ask me, he's got some behavioral issues.
I will head deeper.
Okay. As you head further and further to the main highway, in the center, you find many people mourning. However, there seems to be an opening that's almost calling your name to approach. There are many artifacts hanging around, crystallized structures, cave paintings on the walls. This seems to be a very ancient place of mourning. In the most opened up area, aside a painting calls to you. It looks to be that of a fox running through the clouds.
Can I percept more out of that?
Yes, you can. You can give me a perception check to try to link up with it.
22.
All right. Close observation. You're just thinking, okay, that's a fox. It's calling out to you. You're not sure why, but you get closer and closer and closer. And I will say at this point, you are right up next to it and you're trying to understand it. What does the party wish to do as you see her directly go towards this cave painting and start examining it as she's continuously trying to do so?
I'm going to follow her and try to figure out what maybe this has to do with her.
Okay. Do you want to do, I guess, give me a knowledge check, yeah?
Sure. I got a 16. Yay! I'm just a dumb kid.
You're looking, you're like, oh, that's a pretty fox. What does Sean Connery's nutsack do?
I'm skipping behind the kid.
Staring at both of our butts as we lean over to see this thing.
Absolutely.
Alright, so you're beginning examining, trying to be like, what's going on? Trying to link up. After some time, you are all going to start to feel real funny in the head, very like lightheaded. You start to have a bit of an out of body experience, and this is going to slowly start to overtake all of your bodies as you look into the mural. After some time, all of you are going to get strange visions of this supervillain looking fellow with blue skin and sharp teeth. A massive collar popped up. A shrill supervillain voice with wheels for legs and a bowling ball in his hand. These small minions running around, making ramps, cackling, as he does various tricks with his bowling ball, saying one-liners. As your trip continues onward, you are beginning to recognize this as the spirit of Emperor Scream Yell, as you slowly start to hear his voice, going from a black and white silent film to something else. You feel as though you're linking up with his deceased mind, as you hear the cackling of battles gone past.
I, Emperor Scream Yell, will see the end of you and all who oppose me. None has a greater essence than I. Ooh, a sneaky one crushed by a bowling ball. Ooh. Brothers forever, General Kill Axe.
You then get a vision of Emperor Scream Yell's place of birth. A place known as Hellvania. It's Halloween 24/7 hours, 24/7 there. There's massive Gothic castles. It's constantly a dark red hue in the sky. Always nighttime. Ghouls and ghosts and creeps call that place their home. And once you get these visions of his birthplace and a quick spiel of his life, you then all find yourselves quickly transported in Hellvania. The howls of wolves can be heard off in the distance. The scattering feet of skumpletons can be seen to your left and right. Those hodgepodge skeletons made of various bones and exoskeletal parts skitter to the left and right, making xylophone noises. The last thing that will cut into your head, this will be specifically for Victoria. As you're being transported to the land of Hellvania, you are going to get images of your deceased loved ones are going to come into your mind. And I guess at this point, you could give me a brief monologue before we continue.
How is this fair? How is this fair that they are ripped limb from limb in front of my eyes? They don't even have peace. They have to be in this Hellvania where they're constantly being tortured. I have to get them out. I have to!
You feel a hand reach over on your right shoulder. You can see images of your family and those that you have lost throughout your life, trying to make peace with you. You don't have to stay like this forever. It's not necessary. You know you need to pick up that chin. If you don't, it's always going to stay down. Keep those ears pointed to the sky, because that's where you shall go. And that's where we all are. We are at peace. You are not. Once you are at peace, we shall be liberated. You have great things you must do. There is a misbalance in the universe that we believe you can correct. Find the path of flame until it stops. Continue onward. You can seek more answers from the dead if you go further. But we have peace with you. They all bow to you and take a knee, giving a little bit of a hymn. And that'll be the last thing you see, as slowly that vision's going to start to dissipate, so you could have one more interaction with them as they're starting to fade into the Helvanian landscape.
She will clench her jaw and be fighting back tears, and then she'll reach out. Don't go! Don't leave me again!
You can see them waving and trying to give goodbyes. None of them have tears in their eyes, but they seem to be paying respects of goodbye, bowing and waving.
She'll
We'll see you
try
again.
to run after them.
Keep your head up so we can see you. And they're slowly you're gonna see them fade away almost into clouds hanging in the sky like that cave painting, as slowly it'll dissolve into the Helvanian landscape.
Punch
You are
the
now in a
ground.
ghoulish land.
Punch the
You
ground,
punched-
and I'm pissed off that people see me crying.
As you punch the ground, 3 to 4 of those really cheap plastic, like Halloween around trick-or-treat time plastic spiders, those spider rings, just come scuttling out of the ground. Just casually. All right, the rest of the party does not get this vision. They simply got transported alongside you. But the other two, I would imagine you will have some visions of the dead. You will have some kind of vision of a close one to you that you have lost, or one that you haven't made peace with.
Sean Connery's body.
Sean Connery's penis.
I had to, sorry.
It's all good. You just had visions of a wiener the whole time.
He starts
Yeah,
sweating. That's his way of
yeah.
crying.
Yeah, there was a cave painting to represent everyone's thing, so yours is just a big cave painting of a dong on the wall you stared into until you showed up in Halloween Town. Stare at the wiener until it's Halloween. All right, so anyway, you're in the land of Helvania. There are scumpletons scattering to the left and the right. You are in permanent darkness. There are stars hanging in the sky with a creepy effect. The moon seems to have a devilish grin about it. There are large Gothic castles off in the distance, and you hear a mighty howling.
Is that where we feel like we need to go?
It seems as though from where you landed, it looks as though fairly straight ahead there looks to be a big grave site that looks like it hasn't been visited. There's no visitors, it's fairly overgrown. It looks really secretive. You have a feeling that if you were not transported right there, you would not be at the proper angle to see it without any kind of a check. Just simply, oh, what's that over there?
We should definitely go over there.
It's very ominous.
Let's do this.
All right. You make your way forward, going into a grave site. As you step into it, you get a very forbidden sense. Those of you that are overconfident do not feel the sensation. However, MacGyver, you're going to start to feel uneasy. You have a feeling like we're not supposed to be here. This is different than the other places. Ooh, this doesn't feel right. As you're making your way through this site.
I'm going to start walking a little bit more slowly further behind them
Mm-hmm.
Just like trying to shake my head, like pounding on it, like he thinks there's something wrong with his unit.
Yeah, you're trying to figure it out.
Do we notice this little freak out?
I will say you do. You do notice that he's trying to figure it out. And I will say, with as far as your suit, you're having a very hard time determining, like, is this my suit? Is this not? And you almost feel like maybe there's two things going on. You just start to be not completely overwhelmed with fear, but you're very on edge. You're definitely on edge. Your brain is thinking faster than even what it does normally, and you're feeling very reactive.
Hey guys, slow down. I think there's something dangerous up ahead. I don't know what it is, but my suit's going really crazy, and I don't know if we should be going that way. But I think we should go that way because that's the way we should go. That's the way that leads us to where we need to go. And I have a feeling that this is where we have to be, but I don't want to be here.
You know,
Oh.
son, you gotta face your fears. You go first.
I don't know if I can. I will follow you. I will follow you into whatever we're going to. Into danger!
All right.
I'll put my hands back in my pockets. That's what happens when danger happens.
All right. Everyone's gathering round, getting ready.
I'll start
You
marching
begin moving
towards that
forward.
terrible, scary place.
All right. You're marching towards that place. You head on in there. And what you come across, not in the dead center, but pretty close to it, you're going to notice that there's this like large gargoyle-esque statue of a very beast-like man, covered with hair on his forearm, sharpened claw and toenail, incredibly sharp teeth. You can't really tell fully, like, is it a man or is it a beast? It seems like an in-between. Almost like the people of Orpion, the Orpionites. These reptilian-eyed, bestial-like men. Frozen in stone. Besides that, you notice numerous graves, entangled vines. A thick fog hangs over this place. You feel as though it's almost frozen in time, as beyond the gravesite, you cannot see anything else.
Do any of the grave sites seem to jump out at us as being important, or are they just run of the mill, we're walking through a cemetery?
Looking over the grave sites, I will say, and also none of you have to roll for this, but each of you notice every single one of the graves has the same name on it. But all of you are perceiving different names.
What do I see?
Victoria, coming out and looking at the graves, you can see not your deceased family members, but almost how that idea was hanging in your head. This dread, this worry. So you can see hanging in each grave is not the family members, but almost a warped perception of the family members. Any kind of amount of guilt or the embodiment of that you can see hanging in these graves. MacGyver, as you look along the stones, you see the word reason written on every single headstone. As you get various visions of a blinding light and a demanding voice, but you can never remember what it says. The only thing you can remember is listen to reason. Sean Connery's nutsack. You are going to have a few visions as well. As you hang through, you are going to see visions of the previous version of Sean Connery's nutsack. You see the valiant efforts, the means to be a great and the demise that was done so.
What a fool.
You see the sole survivor of this bat-type creature, a managerial one, not necessarily built out for it, being taken under the wing of a great supervillain to manage his efforts. And you imagine to yourself how version 2 better than the first. And you see these gravestones marked with that name. And all of you are drawn over to this statue as the eyes of this gargoyle seem to stare back into yours. So, at this point, could we take a 5-minute break?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And then we can go right into it. I just want to take a brief break, gather my things, and shouldn't be long. All right. I will be right back. Wait, I pushed the thing. Make that good. All right. So, as we left off, deep in the sacred gravesite, as you walk into the gravesite with no name, and you can feel within your bones, it is unnamed. It is secretive. You get the feeling that beneath your feet, buried, is some of the most sacred of warriors, gladiators, and beings in space. Those deemed worthy for this seemingly sacred gravesite. However, it also seems to have other forces at work, as though it's a spiritually connected place. The gargoyle stares back. As you look into it, you almost feel like the eyes are following you. Wait, it was in a different position before. Why is it in that position now? You notice that something's going on here. That stone statue is moving when you're looking away. As you're looking at it, you're questioning, wait a minute, I thought its fingers were positioned this way. Why are they positioned that way now? Wait, like very subtle things. There is a shifting occurring. At the end of this, your eyes are fixed on the gargoyle, leaning in, trying to see what's going on. A massive burst of energy comes from within. Flexing with all of his might, the stone comes off of the figure. Within all of your minds, you feel the name Brody, as this great beast of a man stands tall. The stone seemed to weigh him down and make him look deceptively smaller than what he was, as he fully rears himself up, plumping up his body full of blood and energy. Does not say a word. In silence, readies a combat position. It is now the party's turn.
Anybody want to go? I'll go. Okay. I will pull my hands out of my pockets, and I've got my. Is it Ba knock? I picked a weapon.
Whatever that was.
I picked a weapon I don't know how to say. They're claws that are basically within my palm.
Yes.
And I will try to attack it so I can get that paralyzing onto it.
Okay.
$84.
That hits. Slam into the large chest of Brody.
Okay. I forgot my cheat sheet. Average is just a D100.
Yep.
Okay. 90 damage, and then I got the paralyzing on it.
Okay. So that damage is going to be dealt, and you are going to see a faint staticky effect overtake his body as you notice that he starts his movement and breathing seems to be at a different pace than what it was before. Still standing tall after taking a mighty blow, he widens his eyes as it is now the next player's turn.
That's you.
I'm
Nick.
waiting to see what the nutsack does.
I gotta go last.
I'm going to slowly just move around to his back.
Okay,
Just
you want to
wait.
try to move around the back?
Yep.
Yep, you can do that. Using your movement, you can get right back there as he's facing the other two party members.
Okay.
Are you going to ready an action for the end of your turn?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'm gonna use my move action to walk right up to him.
Mm-hmm.
And take my long, windy, giant, cartoony hand and give him 3 quick slaps to the face.
All right.
Well, I guess I'm gonna try. $105. Not no crits. I can't crit.
Mm-hmm.
69 and 86.
Okay, all of those will hit.
All right, the damage would be whatever Shannon did. How much damage did you do, Shannon?
90.
That was 90.
270.
All right.
Wow.
So, echoing the heavy damage previously done, you continue that onward, and you notice that initial damage did so much, but that teamwork done after the fact, Brody looks very whittled down now. There were some attempts to do some blocking, but due to the continual hits, you're chipping away defensive capabilities, slamming down that health bar, all the while. Still standing, but you can tell much of the defensive means have been whittled away after that effort. Looking up for the party. And also, by the way, you didn't need to use your movement. You were right next to him. I figured I put the overconfident people, like, very close. So, is there anything else you do with your turn?
Not me.
Okay, you can stay right there? All right. Matt Guyver, do you do anything else with your turn, having actions left?
He's gonna pop a blade out of the shoulder of one, or elbow of one arm, and he's and just try to strike wherever he can in the back.
All right.
Not with a 12.
All right. Yeah. So I would say because you're attacking from the back and because of the multiple attacks from the paralyzing weapon, you do hit. Because it's from behind the other party members he's focused on, that will hit. Barely, but will.
71 damage.
What damage type?
That is piercing.
All right. So you give that big old stab at the end that goes right into the back. You notice that if this thing had defensive capabilities, it would have tried to stop that attack, and it was not able to do so. You get some extra damage on that one. That blade went right into him. Like, he went from no-selling the first hit through all the teamwork, now looking real bad, pretty, like, beaten down. All right. So, that completes the player's turn, all standing around him in the gravesite, laying down the best of your moves. Now it is Brody's turn. All right. Let me see here. First thing that Brody is going to do. All right. Yeah, first thing he's going to do is he is going to lift his leg in the air, and then he's going to try to do a big old sweeping kick across all three of you. So starting with this massive side kick and then standing on his hands and bringing that kick all the way around to the back before standing upright and doing the finale of his attack. So first, this is going to be a sweep that's going to go across the party. Let me see how this goes. I think that misses everyone because of everyone's evasion. Yes. So actually, no, that is only going to hit Victoria. Everyone else has too high of evasion. So everyone else is able to jump this low kick or just kind of block the tip of the attack as it barely hits you. Victoria is going to be hit by this mighty kick. And you are going to take...
I'm not supposed to know what I take.
Oh, that's right. I get to mark that. You visually know you get hit. I'll say that. You're not 100% of how much, but you know you got hit by something. Because it was like a bright, blazing kind of a kick. So anyway, yeah, he delivers a mighty kick. And the next thing he's going to do is after going to his hands, he's going to go upright and he's going to attempt to grab MacGyver. So first thing he's going to do is try to hit with your evasion. So his big old like bestial claw is going to reach out to grab you, but you give a quick few foot kind of like dive backwards and the claws like you go just out of the grasp. He has very high accuracy, but he rolled trash. So you just see this large claw reach towards you, but you're reactive and you manage to avoid it. After that, he's going to continue to bulk up, and I want to say that completes his turn. So it is now player turn.
Me again? Nobody wants to go first?
Actually, I will. I'll do it. So Seamus sees Victoria get hit, and nobody hits a girl! Nobody hits a girl! And he pulls apart his chest and unleashes a glowing weird mechanism underneath his chest pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to fire his demoleculizer at this guy with a 13. Right. Yay, 13.
That is going to hit because this thing's evasion is just being crippled. So it's going to hit.
So that's average beam. So an 89 damage.
Okay. So you're using that. Let's see, that's a projectile, so that's going to provoke an attack of opportunity unless you take a 5-foot step before doing it. Wait, actually, no, even if you take a 5-foot step, it'll provoke. So we'll say you take the 5 foot, but this guy's got reach because he's size category above.
Cool.
So give me 1 second. I got to find my dice. Oh, there they are. All right. So you fire off the cannon, it's going to hit. So, sorry, what did you get for damage on it?
89.
All right, so you do hit with it, but like at the same time, you're just gonna see like a big old like punch heading your way, and he's gonna try to attempt the same kind of thing. All right, so let's see here, and then you have the heightened evasion, right? Yes, you do. Yeah, he's gonna go for like a combo on you, just like a DBZ style, like punch, punch, kick, 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 punch, 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 just a big flurry, and you're gonna dodge all of it. Due to your ability to handle those close range melee attacks, you're just like evading them left, right, blocking them with your blades, and you're completely keeping up with the barrage. And in doing so, you will unleash your blast onto him as he takes that damage, and it looks as though his big health bar is getting whittled down. All right, so Victoria, would you like to go? Or Sean Connery's nutsack?
I will try the claws again.
Okay.
Pretty much all I got. 31.
31 will hit.
Okay. Ooh. 88.
All right. So yeah, this thing is going to look not good. It's getting down to that last leg. As you slam in another attack, it still is in the same square that it started in, trying to hold its ground. Everyone evading all the attacks, blocking, keeping up, just handling this guy. Things are looking up. More damage dealt.
All right. I'm going to shift into the proper position and give him 3 more slaps while saying, "Who's your daddy?"
All right, so you're going to continue the pain echo whip.
I watched Master of Disguise this week. I'm a glutton for punishment.
Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? I really like the deleted scene where he's drinking Pepto-Bismol and he's like, I like the juice. Yeah, because Turtle's drinking Pepto. Yeah, that's a thing.
I'd kind of like to see like an extended cut of that or something like that, because it looks like there's so
I
much
like the juice.
put into it.
Yeah, honestly, when I was a kid, I was pissed that there wasn't more Turtle Guy stuff. Because I'm like, oh, that's a cool costume. That's a fun character. In the movie for like 3 minutes. I'm like, great. Fine.
I watched it because I'm like, we're going to watch my favorite part. I don't know why, but when I watched it a long time ago, my favorite part where he was in that lake and he does the Jaws impersonation. So we watched it.
Yeah.
I remember it being funnier, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah. All right. All right. So, you're gonna do the pain
3
echo, right? And then
slaps. Yeah.
bam, 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 destroying that evasion, making it like nothing, crippling the evasion, slamming down that damage. You see all those remaining defensive capabilities go off. He is just a simple shred of a man as before. And just completely beaten down, torn to ribbons, all this bare flesh he has, virtually no clothes outside from a loincloth. You can see all these scars battered across his body from the battle. Things have not been looking up for him, and it looks as though he's readying his final assault. For next turn, you know guaranteed you're going to get this guy. Like, there's no way he lives another turn. This is a 1 health, final diehard eliminated type of situation. Brody looks over the sacred land he is meant to protect, closes his eyes, grumbles under his breath, grits his bare feet into the ground, claw into the dirt before taking liftoff. The first thing that he is trying to do is a massive Superman punch to Sean Connery's nutsack. That's the first thing he's going to try to attempt.
I'm going to try
Okay.
to counter it.
All right. Give me a counter.
61, 76.
All right. So, the first 2 attempts to hit you do not go well at all. However, a 107 not crit, that will hit. So, yeah, he seems to go for multiple strikes, like goes for that first punch, you dodge it. He tries to go for a real good follow-up of just a real swift uppercut from the other hand. You're out of there. That's not going to hit you. But then he goes for the straight knee. A real hard straight knee to the nuts.
With the counter, If I beat him, I get to hit him.
Yes. And what did you get total for the counter?
I can have 3 reactions, so I can do it to all 3 attacks. The first one I got a 76. What?
Okay, so he needs to beat his rolls to hit, correct?
Yes, I need to beat his roll to hit and his evasion.
Well, the counters work. The counters would work only on the moves that are going to hit you, and 2 of those moves just didn't hit you, so you can counter the one that did, which was a 107, not crit. It was an 87 plus 20.
Okay.
So let's see here. All right. So that being said, we are obviously in a new wave, so you will have your perfect defense back. You will not have your die hard, and I believe second wins once per gauntlet too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then we'll use perfect defense.
Okay. So you slap in your perfect defense. All right. So you block that hit. I would like you to give me an athletics check.
Which one's athletics? Is that what uncoordinated affects?
That's our coordination checks.
Okay,
So
I
you
fail.
can do this. What did you get?
No, I fail. I'm uncoordinated.
That would be for coordination checks. This isn't a coordination check.
Okay.
This is an athletics. So you can do this.
65.
All right. Well, that's going to go against at least a 93. So you block that kick. The kick is nullified. I'm sorry, this like high, strong, straight knee. But the force of it is going to send you into a few tombstones. As you slam away into a few tombstones before finding your mark. You are going to receive, this is with the ×2, 62 bludgeoning damage.
That's
And
what
I already...
do.
Yep, I already multiplied it. And you basically, you nullify that, but just the force knocks you through a few tombstones. After doing this, he's going to attempt to grab MacGyver after being stabbed in the back and blasted and continuously attacked on that same spot. He's just trying to like grab you by your chest and head with his big old mitts. So that's an 80 to hit. And I would like you to give me... Well, first, I'm going to let you know this is damage you'll take, and then you can attempt to break out. So you receive 53 bludgeoning damage as this large hand is just kind of grabbed onto you. And now you can attempt to escape this grapple.
It's a 61.
All right, that actually is enough with this low roll. He's trying to have that grab on you. You flex out of it, spreading your blades. You end up breaking the grapple, stopping this continuous attack. And then you can see it just like desperately looking over, trying to get a final maneuver, looking over at Victoria. And it's going to lift its other leg very high in the sky. So one's in the air, axe kick style, and he's going to jump in the air, do a flip, and then try to give this big splitting axe kick downward on Victoria. This is going to deal half damage, and this is going to affect everyone on the field as he does this big old slamming finale attack. All right, so it's probably not going to do much. All right. So I think that... Oh, hang on. Sean Connery's nutsack. This is going to set off your explosion dodger.
Is he there? He left.
Where'd he go?
Where'd he go? Because, yeah, this is technically like an explosion type thing, so I have to tell him that does set that off.
Does this hurt everybody or just the monster?
This big old massive overhead, like he's pretty much jumping in the air, doing a big old flip, landing axe kick, and he's just trying to land on everyone. But due to all the force, it's going to be counted as like an explosion because it's like an area attack. But Sean Connery's nutsack has explosion dodger, and this is technically an explosion. So that being said, Sean Connery's nutsack.
He's on mute.
Oh. So, Sean Connery's nutsack. Brody is letting off a finale technique as he dives overhead, slamming into the ground, creating a large explosion, putting in the last bit of effort that he can because he realizes it's the only thing that he can do. This is counted as an explosion. You have explosion dodger, so this will set that off where you can try to move away from it.
Yeah, I'll try to move away from it.
Alrighty. So, using that, you're gonna move out of the boom zone. Still within this zone is going to be Victoria and MacGyver. And I want to say you both only receive 50 slashing damage. As he does this big, desperate finale move, goes for a final dive.
How am I feeling?
How are you feeling? You're not dead. You know that. You know you took a hard attack before, and you know you took that attack. You're still up though, because it seems like the moves that hit you didn't do too much. You're thinking because you're like, I'd probably be dead. I'm doing all right. I got this. Your overconfidence kicks in. You got this. It is now the player turn. Brody is on his last leg.
I'll hit him again.
All right, so go for your finale attack.
16. He must have hurt me more than I realize.
Well, he's been whittled down quite a bit from the fight, and the evasion has been dropped from these paralysis effects. So that will hit. I guess give me the damage, and then describe how you're laying in the final attack.
Holy moly. 96 plus 15.
All right.
I'm gonna do math.
All right, I've got that math. Give me a description of how you're lying in what you believe and hope is the final attack to handle this.
So I summon up all of the anger and the sadness and the hate from my entire past and this journey we've taken so far. And I leap from a crouching position at his head after he tried to kick us all from a jump kick with my palm claw weapon thing. And I basically just try to tear his, what would be the equivalent of his jugular, out of his neck.
All right. And you do so flawlessly, taking a massive chunk out of the chest too, exposing some ribs in his heart. A heart that is
the whole time.
Yeah, a heart that is not beating. It gushes outward. He has a face of anguish as he drops down to his knees in a bowing, merciful position as his insides begin to kind of leak downward. He takes a knee. You feel the weight in the arena begin to lift off.
And as he bleeds out, I say into his ear, "This is a place of respect."
He lifts his head up and he nods in a agreeing fashion with you. He will then slam his left hand hard onto the ground. In doing so, you are going to see a small little underground passage open up. A little bulkhead door will make itself visual as it emerges, and it seems to open up into deep catacombs through this vortex bulkhead in the floor. Without a word, he does so, looks over to the party, and he bows. He takes up a guardian stance as his body looks as though it's starting to turn to stone once more.
I say we waste no time, gentlemen.
He gives a bit of a smile on his bestial face as the last bits of stone begin to calcify his body over his head.
There's a hole in the ground. I think we should go in the hole. You think we should go down the hole? I think we should go in the hole. It looks like a very deep hole. I'm not sure if Ballsack can handle that fall. Down that hole.
I can handle it.
I very regal pose as I start a speech. The fact that we are running into all of this conflict means we are on the right path. I feel it in my soul, deep down in my bowels. Let's do this.
I don't know about you, but I think I need to take one of these. And he pulls out like a little stem pen and it tries to inject it in his armor.
Just like, all right.
Does anybody need one of these? Because I have one left. If anybody needs this.
I have no idea. I feel fine.
You don't look fine. You looked a lot better before the fight.
I think I'm okay.
Okay, fine. You don't have to have one if you don't want one. I'm not going to give it to you.
Can they look at me and see how bad or good or okay I'm doing?
They can see roughly. So,
Look at
so
you're
you,
a great freshman.
the two of you are overconfident where you want to continue and you don't think you need it at all. I will say that at least specifically for you with yes, that will be an overconfident thing.
Did the nutsack take this too? Cannot feel pain?
Oh no! He took overconfident. Yours has a tandem thing of overconfident with cannot feel pain will interact with each other like that. Of like, no, I'm good. Like technically, an ally could forcefully go up to you and heal you, but that might be something you might take issue with. I don't know.
Okay.
It's not, that's usually the way to do it.
I'm a tough broad. I need no help.
All right. So, that brings us to the vortex in the ground. Looks as though it's cosmic stairs leading deep into catacombs from the looks of it. How do you proceed?
Dive in feet first.
I go.
Down the stairs?
Go.
You're just going to roll down the stairs like a couple balls? All right, that's going to be great. Like a slinky winky. All right.
I know that
All
the
right.
ball sack is upside down, but I envision both of the testicles like going
Yes.
down the stairs.
You dive down. You dive deep. Going into this hole, the first thing that crosses your mind is a vision. A vision of a large, undead buzzard-like creature. It seems as though it's vampiric and has traits like a pterosaur, pterodactyl. Its massive wings open up, bearing its raw ribs, its decayed form. The buzzard shrieks and gazes upon you. You see it dive towards you, mouth first, before quickly being driven away, flying away. Your vision whites out, and you quickly find yourself in a strange labyrinth. Everything is a bleached white appearance, spirits floating all throughout. Vague arena structures can also be seen, steps upon steps, small step pyramids, stairs that seemingly don't lead anywhere. and you are brought into this realm. Has an appearance almost like a library. Multiple forms of documentation can be held on many shelves. After a little
Are
bit
we
of time.
drawn to
sorry.
any of this documentation, or are we just moving past this?
I would say all of you can feel a sense of a blank slate as you're brought into this kind of bleached, whited out, kind of strange location. You can feel the lightheaded, out of body experience as you did before, in this strange catacomb kind of place. A voice will ring out to you once you find your bearings, adjust to the bright lights, and you all get enough of a look of your surrounding of, it almost looks like a library. Those look like spirits floating around. A voice will come booming out from the library. Welcome. What brings you to these parts? Coming the way of stopping Brody is not a simple task. The Guardian of Death is there for a reason, and you have surpassed a challenge seldom done. Step forward. You cannot tell where the voice is coming from, but you see a light shine atop a small step pyramid to the left in the room.
I'm going to go for it.
I'll go for it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. You stand upon the pedestal. Tell me, what do you seek?
Reason. Because I was told to follow reason and look for reason. And that's my job, is to look for reason. That's what I see.
Reason. Looking for reason. There is no one within this realm of death by whom you are looking for. What you look for is someone still alive, existing. You may have crossed paths with them once before, but it shall happen again. Be ready, be patient, but most of all, be prepared for when this crossing happens. After
Okay,
some
thank you.
time, oh, sorry. Thank you.
Nope, that's it.
Now, speaking to Sean Connery's nutsack. What do you seek?
Oh, I don't know.
What
I'm just
are you?
farting around looking for a good time.
Oh, a good time. If you keep together with these people, you will surely find an enjoyable time.
I'm gonna wink towards the anime girl. Oh, one of my balls is gonna kind of lean towards the anime girl, and kind of the skin's gonna scrunch up like it's a big wink.
The apple of your eye. Interesting. May you try your best.
She'll wince at him like, oh god.
Victoria. You, who have ties with death, unsolved business and destiny. Tell me, where do you wish to seek closure, and with who?
I wish to seek vengeance of the ones who tore my family limb from limb. I wish to tear them limb from limb. I seek pure revenge. I want to make them suffer!
But what if they are already dead? Then what?
She kind of looks around with her hands out, her palms up, like, I don't know. I never thought of that.
I hold the key to speak to anyone within the realm of the dead. I have this connection. I am Axis, the pivot point of the universe. I know much. I have strayed off the path before, but I have found correction in my business. Managing my own afterlife is not all it's cut out to be, but is where I find purpose.
Are they dead?
Is who dead, my dear?
The people that I'm seeking revenge upon.
Do you want that answer?
Yes.
If you are certain, I can seek it.
I suppose
Give me a
I
moment.
have to know.
Tell me, were they warriors? Were they gladiators? What was their walk in life? It'll help make the process faster.
They appeared to be vagabonds, up to no good, seeking just to destroy life and steal.
Thieves. One moment. Ah. Those souls. Are they gone? Well, I can tell you that the person you seek is an individual and is currently alive, whom I could not tell you. I can only see through those that were killed. Paths will cross, inevitably. Hold this to be true, and you will find a great triumph. Now tell me, what would you have done if the perpetrators were already dead? Humor me. What would you do?
I have no idea what I would do. I guess I've been seeking revenge for so long. I would be lost.
The path ahead is a difficult one, but one that is necessary. Go forward with pride, and you will find solace.
She'll step down a little lost.
Axis begins thinking over. He now reveals his form, slowly coming into vision. Looks as though he's wearing the old school robes that you would see, kind of this almost darker potato sack-esque hooded type thing. He looks very biblical, a large beard, seems to be human. And just kind of like a slicked back kind of mullety kind of hair. With a silver hue to it. Standing in the middle and raising these giant sleeves.
Here I am, in all my splendor. You cannot stay here forever. But I shall give you all a singular parting gift. For defeating Brody is definitely a task in itself. He needs challengers. He hadn't had them in a long time. Thank you for getting the fire lit under his ass, for a lack of better term. He shall be even better at protecting the deceased. Now what gift can I give to you?
I wish to obtain something that can lead me towards my family's slaughterers.
Do you wish to transport directly to the finality of this event?
That seems dangerous.
It is a choice. You may go along your ways as you choose, or I can bring you to the lands where destiny crosses. Favors done for me, a favor done for you. You are already swept up in this current.
She'll think about it for a minute, and then I accept. I would like to go now.
Agreed. Allow me to search the dead. Raising his arms to the sky, many spirits begin to swirl. He seems to be looking over a mental catalog, if you will. Here. Bringing down a spirit with a bit of a green hue to it. Gaze into this soul, and you shall go where it was. This is the path. Gazing into the green orb of a soul, you realize it is the soul of what looks to be like an armored, sleek jumping spider, kind of cyborg, jumping around, doing its thing, moving with these sputtery movements from one place to the next. Just kind of making these weird little rodent-like noises to itself, moving around its mechanical mouth parts and having these large compound eye goggles to enhance its sight. Blending in with the ground that it's in, it begins scuttling along the ground. Gazing within the sight, you all hinge onto the memory that he's in a place called Strobayek. And Strobayek is the land of the skeletons. You see these old school structures, walking around, many beings of bone, with some fleshy materials, but mostly skeletal beings, making about their merry ways in the background. You see this hunter begin to come in the distance, closer and closer and closer, along a riverside. After some time, you see it venture down the river, skittering along the top of the water by moving really fast, climbing up a small hill, and making its way over to this old mausoleum-type structure. You see it gaze eyes onto someone really quick, and then you see it is quickly incinerated. That is where you must go. This is where the paths cross.
Damn, man, I thought you were just gonna send me there.
Oh, you're going there. This is how we know where to go. To Strobayek is where you go. He opens up a portal, sending you all within it. Blinding a flashing light, a tingling sensation overcomes everyone, as there is a glittery effect as the land of Strobayek begins to come within view. As it completely comes within view, you see it is a city of skeleton people. There's many skeletons and bone claws and bone devils and various different types of skeletal entities living about their days. You don't see any outward violence, no yellheads, no crazy cyborgs. There seem to be a few outsiders, but they seem to be the few, and this seems to be the most peaceful place you've seen in the sector for a very long time. There is merriment and medieval music playing in the background.
This place seems nice. How about you two try not to piss anybody off?
Oh, because I'm sure we're the problem.
You're right in the middle of town. You know you shouldn't be too far away. You have a mental note of where the river and where the mausoleum is. You're not 100% sure where, but that is where you are, in the middle of a town, a bustling town, a peaceful town, for a change.
Can I try to percept the way the mausoleum would be?
Perceive the direction of the mausoleum? Yes, you
Yeah.
can.
75.
All right. It looks like the mausoleum is going to be down the river at the end of the town. And off in the distance, you can make out where the river is, and it seems as though the mausoleum should be right at the end of this pretty fast-moving current on this river.
Like, close enough to walk, or do I need a boat?
It looks as though you can walk. You notice that there seem to be small little ferry boats being taken back and forth. And they seem as though it should be able to suit the party, possibly. It's kind of these large rowboats being kind of rowed around. There's a few rafts. Looks like it's through the edge of the town, but it seems as though it seems like a straight shot once you get to the end of the river. It looks like.
I will point this out to MacGyver and the ball set and say, how do you guys feel about a boat ride?
I'm up for a boat ride, but does anybody have any money to pay for this boat ride? Because I don't have any money to pay for this boat ride because I don't have any pockets in this armor. Oh.
Perhaps it's a free boat ride. I mean, everybody here seems to be jovial and having a good time. Perhaps they don't need money.
Maybe you can
Money-
barter in something else.
Money is the root of all evil.
Why don't you go ask him? See what he wants. See if they want what they want for that one of the boat rides.
All right, let's go up to the ferry launch site and see what they want. What's the payment?
All right. You make your way through the town, hearing various sounds of xylophones and drums. It seems as though it's a very musical community of skeletons. Some of them natural-born skeletons, and others previously owned by various necromancers, which now have a will and life of their own. And rather than living a life of combat servitude, they're just living a normal, violence-free life, the majority of them. You notice there are no arenas, nothing of the sort as you make your way along. It seems as though this is a completely peaceful place that actually found a way around not war. Based off a lot of their past experience, and them all being dead in some way. You find your way down the river. It seems like a pretty nice place. So you know you're in the land of Strobayach, and you head down to the river, which you can tell is the river Styx. And you ready towards the end of the river as you see the ferrymen and these skeletons, a lot of them very tall, holding an oar, waiting to take people along. There's a few rafts and different things of the sort scattered about. Off in the distance, you can hear the sound of drumming, like there's a band practicing. You can hear bass lines and drumming. They're very out of sync off in the distance. So, how do you proceed?
I'll approach the ferryman, the ferry skeleton, and say, how do we get what is payment for ferry down the river?
A big old tall skeleton with these almost bear-like claws made of flesh and meat, and the lower portion of its body frilled out almost like a dress, but also made of filleted meat, turns over to you. Oh, well, what we do here is payment. You're not from here. Come, shake my claw. He reaches out his long-fingered, flesh-showing, no-skinned claw, three-fingered towards you to shake it.
I shake it.
When you go to shake, he brings you in for a hug. He's notably no skin. It's a little sticky. Doesn't smell. But yeah, just gives like a quick hug, a slight lift off the ground before lowering you. Sorry, we love having outsiders here. So if you want a boat, because everyone has designated ones, go talk to the mayor. He's also the harbor master. He is over to the left over there. He's having a bit of a band practice. Why don't you go and have a bit of a chat, and we can see what boat is available. Does that sound good?
Well, yeah, I can do that. I noticed there was a ferry right here that nobody seems to be using.
Oh, that's true. However, it may belong to someone. I think it does. I'm not 100%. I'm new here. I'm very new. The mayor's house is just right over there. If you have a talk with him, we can probably straighten this out.
What is the mayor's name?
Ooh, the mayor! The mayor's name is Don, and Don is a bone devil. You can't miss him. He's got like wings and like a scorpion tail. Oh, he's great. And all these spikes. He's a whiz at the drums. You hear him playing right now if you listen real close. Follow the sound of the drums. You can hear a misaligned band practice going on. Over to the left.
Dude, I'm super stoked to go see a Bone Devil, so I thank him and I head that way if everyone was cool with that.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Let's go see him.
All right.
Sounds
You can hear that skeletal man by the harbor give a holler back. Either way, I'll try to save a boat. I'll look into it. You see him flipping through a comically small book with these very large 3-fingered claws. He's doing it, but it just doesn't look right. You find your way over to the mayor's house, which is marked as such with a massive banner on the outside saying mayor's house. You can hear drumming going on, kind of misaligned, like freeform jazz style, and you can also hear bass happening. How do you proceed?
I look for the winged scorpion tail Bone Devil dude.
All right. Giving a quick little look around, trying to see that where he might be. You can hear that the sound of bony wings flapping, which you're thinking, oh, I heard this guy had wings. And it seems to be coming over from the side. And as you give a little bit of a peek over, they're playing out of the garage. And the garage is like a little bit open. So as a free action, you all can just walk over and lift it up. So the garage door gets flinged open, and there's a bone devil just going hard on the drums, covered in these small little spikes and protrusions. Multiple of these almost fairy-like wings made of like a hard chitinous bone and a scorpion tail. He is just going to town on the drums. He's halfway breaking them as he's going down. Playing the bass is this pharaoh-looking guy with 3 heads, reading from a few scrolls and getting down some bass notes. There looks to be these strange corpse piles with claws and hands coming out of it, which look to be making some kind of an attempt to play one of those large keyboards that you put on the floor, like in the movie Big. They're making some attempt to play one of those. And it's not syncing up the best. The audio is not the best on the keyboard from Big, but they're doing what they can. And upon seeing all of you looking at them, they're going to stop. The Bone Devil stops playing.
So
What's going on here? What's happening?
that is the best rendition of chopsticks I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, my goodness. You see him crack his back and makes a loud popping noise. Oh, stretch. Well, hello, my name is Don, and I'm the mayor. And hello, welcome. What business do you have? Thank goodness we weren't recording.
Mayor Don, we are just seeking a raft or a ferry down the river to the mausoleum.
Oh, why do you want to go there?
I'm on sort of a vision quest regarding dead family, and I was told
Vision
that's where I needed to be.
Oh, tell you what, let me go. You see him stumble over his drums. He steps directly through his bass drum with his spiky feet. Oh, I'll get another one. He's just kind of trailing through the debris of his drums just clumsily. The Pharaoh guy just kind of shrugs his shoulders, despawns the giant hands, and you see the Pharaoh go into the fridge and just crack open like a Corona and just sit back on the couch.
You know that place used to be mine, right?
I, the Pharaoh, used to own the mausoleum long ago. You got a new resident in there, you know, and you want to go down there? You think you could check up on something for us while you're down there? That'd be great. Free of charge. We'll make the ferry free. I'll talk to him when he comes back. All right. So listen up, guys. I want to own it maybe one day, because you know, I'm undead. Occupants die. I'm gonna get that place eventually, right? But here's the problem. We think they have like a big cat or something. And do you know how hard the smell of cat piss is to get out of bones? Bones are porous. It goes right in there. It's a huge problem. And I don't want the property to be damaged. So, free of charge, do your quest, and if you see a cat, let me know, because I want that place eventually. Ooh, wait a minute. Here he comes. Just one moment. Coming around the corner. So, coming out from the back room, Dawn the Bone Devil is going to approach the group. He's going to put on a pair of reading glasses, and he's going to put on like an accountant's hat, and he's going to start looking through some like old documents. What do you see here? Yes, I agree. Hear you folks in the other room taking a stretch. I've got this right here, and I wholeheartedly agree. I would like to make sure that any buyer of the home, even if it's not you, Pharaoh, should not have to deal with, you know, disorderly pets. It's one thing if it's a cat, but this seems like a big cat, like a really big one. I found massive holes on the property. The neighbors used to have a shack, and the shack's gone. There's a big hole. And we just want to make sure that the cat is taken care of. Put in a good home, or just somewhere else. It's a very sacred place. So, free of charge, I've got a raft for you guys. You won't even need someone to row the thing. You can just take the raft, and then let it go when you reach your location, and it'll come right back down when the tides change. Free of charge. You see him give a big old, like, thumbs up. He gives, like, a good old, like, shake around with his head. A little bit of a migraine. It was a good set, though. Good set. Jolly show, lovely drums. Please keep a lookout for the cat. Off you go. Gives a little gesture with his hands, brings you down over to the raft. By the river Styx, you find the raft that he spoke of. The fleshy, strange-looking fella you spoke before with all the fillets of meat on his body is going to bring over the raft. Here it is, right here. Here's the goodin'. Alrighty. Boss told you the deal. Take the raft, go down the river, and there you go. He holds the raft at the end of it, similar to how he seems to be taking a similar position, like if you go to a water park and you're going to go down the slide, and the guy's holding like the tube right before letting you down the slide. That's effectively what he's doing right now with a wooden river raft, waiting for everyone to get on, holding it with his big claws. Remember, no bouncing on your way down. Don't bounce. All right. Sets you up. He gets a little bit of a running start, and he's going to send you guys down the river. And you'll find yourself going down the reddish water of the river Styx. Large stone structures, like big stone walls coming from the seas you see on your left and right. The place looks completely vacant as you travel down the river. So at this point, if the party has any interactions before you reach the destined place, for you feel at the end of this physical river Styx, you are beginning to enter the metaphysical one, the one within the mind, before you end up at the end of your physical location. And I will also say, while being on the river, you feel a cleansing nature. You feel as though this is a haunting place. You feel like you have enough time to heal your wounds, get all your ammunition back, all your gauntlets, every single one of your functions, your health, everything is going to come back to maximum. So everything you started with back to normal. As you feel a time to fully relax. It seems as though you're on the river for almost 2 weeks, I will say. It seems as though you're there for a while. You know in real life time is passing differently, but here it's very it's all scattered and improper. Time's dilated. So, I would like just a brief blurb from each of you, whether it be a speech, a final monologue, what have you, before you reach your destination.
So as we get closer to the mausoleum, Victoria will clench her fist and have an internal monologue of, finally, I have finally reached the end of this long, winding path to seek revenge and seek answers for my family's death.
As you float on the river, you notice that no members of your family seem to be caught in limbo. You notice that at least they seem to have their order straightened out. And all that you need to do left is straighten out yourself, cleanse your mind, or even free yourself from your own guilt. And it may be time, and through these heroic actions, you yourself might be free. You feel as though this quick glance of brief purgatory is maybe the last you will feel of it before you are cleansed.
So while we're heading towards that mausoleum, also, Seamus is going to have another inner monologue of, I cannot believe last week I was just random high school kid. Now I'm a superhero and I'm on the River Styx and I don't know where I'm going, but this is the greatest journey I've ever been on. I look forward to it.
You're floating down the river. Skies are dark. The river is bleak. Your hopes are high. Your light is from within inside. Your foundation, your anchor. As long as you hold that within, you will be fine from yourself and the outside. You can feel a brief clarity away from your malfunctioning suit. You know that inevitably you will have to deal with the problem. Some issues don't go all the way gone. Some issues will never fully dissipate. Sometimes it's about management. And you know, whether it's a one and done deal or a management, you know you're going to handle it next time it comes up. And Sean Connery's trans-dimensional.
You know, I don't wear
Nutsack.
t-shirts, and thimbles are for sissies, so when we get there, maybe I'll get myself a keychain or a coffee mug.
ready to take on a souvenir from the mausoleum. Having a little bit of a mix-up possibly on the wording. But either way, you have a feeling deep at the very bottom of your testicular casing. You can feel the sense that you will get something from the gift shop. You will receive some kind of a gift. Whether you be alive or dead, there is gift and reward. And the longer that you continue to live, the closer those rewards will materialize and become matter made real. At the end of your mental, almost 2-week journey, in a virtual compression of dilated time, you see the mausoleum. The redness of the seas clears up and it becomes the normal river it was at the very, very beginning. The raft lands upon the shore. It stays tied down by the current, and you find yourselves on a bank of land, and atop a hill, you see the mausoleum with these big, old, massive steel trap doors. They seem to be interlocked into each other, but that seems like the only way in. Looks as though there might be a back way in as well, but it seems to be elevated on a hill over a cliff. Increasingly difficult to traverse. With 2 possible entrance points, how does the party proceed?
Well, I think we should go straight through the doors.
I'm all for the front door.
Straight through front door, and I will say the overconfident people are 100% sure that is the way to go. We're going to go right in the front door. You'll have a twinge in the back of your mind of wanting to take on the challenge of going in the back, but you just want to get in there.
In my mind, I'm thinking that Sean Connery probably would have wanted to go through the back door. I don't know why he's going through the front door, but yeah, we'll go through the front door.
We were essentially invited here. Front door all the way.
All right. So everyone is fully healed. It is all good. And everyone makes their way to the front door of the mausoleum. The journey is about to reach the end. The finale. All right. Oh, shit. Alright. I'm going to try not to make horrible sipping sounds. I just made a drink that's, like, ridiculous to sip. Because I've had, like, this, like, tail end of, like, a bottle of gin, and I've been trying to find drinks to mix with it, and I never drink. But I'm like, I need to finish off this bottle because I don't want to have it for like 2 years. Like, I've had it for so long. It's been forever. It's like the longest I've had a bottle of anything like that ever. And I'm like, how does this still exist?
Right.
But I made some good mixtures with it.
I don't think it counts, the last 10 months, but Kirk's had that bottle of Skull vodka over at Nick's house. Nobody drinks it.
Yeah, it's not going to be here for very much longer.
I would have drank it, but I thought, having to drive all the way back as far as I had to drive after drinking vodka would have been bad.
Yeah.
Hi, Sophie!
Wave. She doesn't remember you guys.
She snubbed us hard. She's like, that's not bubble guppies. F off.
Pretty much.
All right. So is everyone ready for the finale?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
As long as Arn puts his mic down.
All right, let me take another sip of this quick. Oh, that came out really good. Giant mausoleum hangs overhead. You make your way to the front door. Looking at the door, there does seem to be a large knocker on it. One of those old school metal, kind of like metal on metal kind of knocker things.
I knock it.
All right. So reaching up, you need to go on your tippy toes to fully reach it, but you manage to reach it and you give it a big old clang. And you can hear the clanging echo throughout the inside of the mausoleum. After a short amount of time of echoing, you can hear a whole lot of rustling from inside of the structure, moving all over the place. After the shuffling, you hear it abruptly stop, and then you can hear the sounds of one humanoid's footsteps making its way towards the large metal door. You hear a series of unlatching and unhinging, spinning and whirling. Metal gears sinking into each other, slipping in and out. Levers moving to the left and right before the advanced door opens up. Opening to a crack, you see a face creep out, and you can make it out. Looks to be human. Woman. Looks as though she has a large tattoo on her chest, which looks to be the cosmic formation known as the Eye of God. It's red right in the epicenter and blue on the outside, and has a look almost like the Eye of Sauron. She has these punk spikes going all over the place, Liberty Spike style. Each spike about 3 feet in the air, straight. And the color of her tattoo does match her hair. She is wearing an open-chested vest to proudly display the tattoo. She's wearing camo pants and boots, looks pretty rugged, and comes to the door very wide-eyed. Looking right at you, knocking on the door. Yes, can I help you?
Daddy,
I expected someone with a lot less flesh on their bones.
Yeah.
We were sent here on a vision quest type thing. I'm looking for, I guess, answers to my family's death.
You want answers to your... I'm sorry to hear that happened, but...
But what?
He's talking, but it's not showing up.
Ah! It's been working so good all night.
why is he not showing up, Daddy?
So you can see him talking down there. Tyson, we can't hear you.
The gin. Blame it
Pulling
on
me.
the gin.
Oh,
It's Bing Bong.
It's Bing Bong.
Every time I hear his
Bing
name, I
Bong.
want to sing the song, but I don't know the song. Bing bong, bing bong.
I disconnected.
what is
I'm
Big
in.
Ball doing?
Cool.
There we
yeah.
go. She
All
was
right.
sorry to hear about my family, but we're in the wrong place.
Yeah, I'm sorry all of you have come such a far way. It looks like all of you
To charge my
you all look healthy, but it looks like you all have dealt with a lot. Yeah. Sorry, but I don't think this is the right place.
We have come such a long way. I don't think I can accept sorry.
Are you here for any other reason? Or are you here because of a vision? I can appreciate the vision quest, but any other reason why you need to look any further in my home?
My hair.
I mean, maybe you
It's
could fix
blonde.
us a drink.
Why isn't my hair blonde?
We spent like 2 weeks getting here.
Oh boy, that was part of why I came to this place, to not deal with people like that. Oh boy, and that guy's, of course he's one of those. Oh boy.
Well, I was told I needed to be liberated and walk the
Don't
path.
we all? Don't we all? I mean, I don't know what I can do for you.
Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom. Could you let me use the bathroom? Because I really have to use the bathroom now, please. Let me inside. It was a long ride on the boat, and I drank a lot of water. And
You know, it's pretty rude. You're not going to go in there and pinch a loaf or something, are you?
Do you have a permit? Did the mayor send you?
Yes, the Mayor
You
Don.
Do you have a permit?
He didn't give us a permit, did he? I don't
Go
know.
to the bathroom?
I would like one of you to roll me a perception check.
I'll do it.
No.
No. Just overconfident, so
yeah, you got to do it.
You got to do it.
I'm doing it. You never should have called me out. Ever. 15.
All right.
Yeah, I did that to you.
You start patting yourself down and looking everywhere, and you're like permit, and off your head you're like, he didn't give us a permit. Can someone else in the party give me a perception check?
68.
68. That will be enough where you notice, you give a little bit of a look around. Tagged over on the corner of Victoria's elbow looks to be a sticky note. But Victoria can't feel anything, so she never felt it being applied. You notice that there's a sticky note. And pulling it off, this looks to be the permit from the mayor. It's just very unofficial looking.
Oh, here it is. It must have got stuck to her outfit on the way here.
All right. So you want to check on the cat, and then all right. Okay. All right. Okay, you can come in. You hear additional latches go off as the mausoleum doors swing open to allow all of you within. All right. Yeah. You see her just kind of like walking around, and you notice that there is a small cat making its way around. It looks like it's an in-between of a black cat and a rooster. It has a beak. It has like a crest on its head, and it has the kind of raptor talon type hands as it's kind of walking around. Well, here's the cat. It looks to be the size of like a small house cat.
Get on the chair. See him hanging on.
And it's just moving around going. It's just looking around, just kind of pecking around. Trying to do like shows of territory, which whatever its ancestor was probably a threatening creature, but whatever this is, it's like a kitten playing tough, basically. Just kind of tumbling around. It tries to get a running start and falls over itself. Yep, this is the cat. Yep.
Can I pet it?
And
I want to pet it.
you pet it, and it has these very soft, silky feathers, with blues and reds and oranges. It looks very fiery. As you're like petting it. When you move your fingers across, it seems to move along like the path of a flame.
I follow it.
All right, it begins moving its way around. And you're just like following behind it as it's eating little particles off the ground and finding little bugs and doing its thing. And being overconfident, you are directly behind, following its every little thing, kind of playing with it, moving along. The owner of the mausoleum's going to look over to MacGyver, and she's gonna kind of like look him up and down. So, is that a combat suit?
You can call it that. But I was wondering, is that a cat or a chicken or what is that? Did you own it? Was it here before you came here? Where was it doing here? You don't look like a cat, lady.
Thank you. This is my cat. Yep. I don't know. I think some of the other ones make a lot of commotion about it, but they're just not used to it. This is just my cat. And
What kind of cat is it?
Well, it's a Roo. And Roos are quite lovely. I like them quite a bit. They're descendant from these large predatory creatures that can be found around in the jungles of the outback. However, these were bred to in a more domesticated fashion. However, most domestic breeds have a lot of these health problems. This breed was made specifically to not have said health problems. They're just a different breed, a different build, and I don't know. I'm just one at the most humane way, you know. You notice that this large area is very empty. There are not a lot of things placed around. It's very empty and open. There's a whole lot of space.
Doesn't look like you've been here that long. You don't have any furniture or anything like that. How long have you been living here?
Oh, I've been here short, not too recently. By the way, my name is Lieutenant Trash the Sixth. It's a name unfortunately passed down to me. I don't know. I would assume in the future, if I have a child, maybe I'll give him the Lieutenant Trash, but I'll just scratch out the Sixth. I don't want him or her to continue in echoes. I haven't stumbled across or had a child myself, so I've got this cat, and I'm living a new life and doing my best, I guess.
Oh, very nice.
She's kind of nervously.
I really need that bathroom. You could
Oh,
show me where the bathroom is?
Yeah. The bathroom is okay. So over here. She brings you over small little like back room with a bathroom. Yeah, it should be right here. Just do what you got to do. I'm assuming that you don't excrete acid or some kind of crazy material. You got to ask these days, you know. I saw this one guy. He just filled the toilet with bones. It's the damnedest thing.
Well, we don't know if I can even do this, so I need some privacy to try to figure out how I'm going to do this. Okay, thank you.
Okay. She leaves you to your privacy in the bathroom. All right. So, is there any other things that the party will attempt to do?
Why were we led here?
In the spiritual sense?
I'm asking her. You know, I know you said you haven't lived here very long, but I want to know, in your mind, why do you think we were led here?
I don't know. Maybe because inevitably I can't live a life of peace, and no matter what, I'm going to have to deal with people and deal with things. I have a worry. You see that she seems to be putting her hands down almost as if she's trying to grab a weapon, like by her hip or like on a holster. She's not fully engaging it, but she looks very on edge. I know that someone came to kill me not that long ago. Some jumping spider guy. And he was taken out. And I don't know if he had friends. I don't know if anyone followed him, but I just want to live a peaceful life. I don't want any trouble. You see her unclip something around her waist. I don't want to have any kind of a conflict here. I just want a peaceful life. I don't know about your destiny. So unless there's any appropriate, proper thing here, I would like everyone to leave.
Do I see any openings anywhere to go, like, further into the mausoleum?
Everyone can give me one more roll, whether it be a perception check, a knowledge check. Everyone can give me some kind of an attempt to gain additional knowledge, like one more attempt before you may be forcefully ejected from the building. Or at least unwanted from the building.
I got
I'll
a 2
Okay.
to try to ascertain the situation.
Okay. You go looking around. You're looking everywhere you can. You're trying to the best of your ability with your overconfident nature of like, I'm gonna figure this out. We're gonna see what's going on here right now.
I still can't find the gift shop.
So I will say, not only can't seem to find the gift shop, but I will say you stumble across something. As you're looking through a pile of roughage in the corner, you see an eye look directly back at you. And it is just gazing. There is just a big eyeball hanging out of the wall, having a good look on you, and you feel it lock onto you. It doesn't do anything, but you have the feeling of someone staring at my shack. Just completely locked on, and you don't know what it is or what's gonna happen, but you're like, oh, I hope this thing doesn't get a chance to do something. It's looking at the sack. You can't.
I've got your attention.
At which point, Lieutenant Trash the Sixth is going to look white as a ghost. Her pale skin becoming even more so as her jaw drops. Oh boy! Oh my goodness! Oh my! Geez. You see her put her hands over her face, almost like ashamed for a minute. And very quickly, out of the debris in the corner, a massive mechanical doomsday device is going to make itself seen, positioning itself near the center of the mausoleum, spreading its body out wide. This seems to be the being Clutch from the news reports, the escaped doomsday machine. Gazing onto the body, it seems to have an eye like that of a mechanical cyclops, gazing deeply into the sack. Its body is like that of a mechanical centipede, colossal in size, floating like a serpent in the air. It has two massive mechanical hands that float in the air to do its whims, possessing more fingers than a normal hand, almost as if they are masses of tendrils, mechanical, ready to grasp. Clutch, making himself seen, appears in the middle and is going to begin its assault. So what it's going to do is this large machine is going to begin by laying a bunch of eggs. The robot is going to lay multiple eggs, which will be ejected from its body and land in the arena. Clutch then also is going to fire off a beam from its eye, directly going to be pinpointed at Sean Connery. Okay, so that's 90 evasion, but with the hit and on the bonus on the beam eyes, that's going to be 102. So that should hit. And yeah, this is going to be eye beams. So let's see. Sean Connery, you will receive 78 beam damage
All right, I'll take it.
as from its eye a large beam locks onto you and slams inward. All right. It seems as though maybe it wouldn't have hit if it didn't get that mighty lock on. It is now the player turn. You are surrounded by eggs ejected from a robot.
Can I roll some sort of knowledge on these eggs?
Yep.
70.
All right, 70. It seems as though part of the design of this doomsday machine is to lay a bunch of eggs where that seemingly will eject various types of minions and warriors to fight you.
Do I have any idea on time frame?
You know it is better to attack them before they hatch. That is what you know. You will gather that is attacking before they hatch seems like the best idea, and that's just about it. You know they will hatch very soon.
Okay, and finally, how many eggs are on the floor?
As of right now, there are 6.
Okay. Guys, I have 1 attack per turn. Should I go for egg or main guy?
I think we all have 1 attack per round.
Shit. If I suppose stomping on these eggs would probably be an action, right?
Yeah, that would be an attack.
Yeah. However, you can do things like an improvised whirlwind attack. It would be at a particular minus, but you can try to stand at a particular point and hit multiple. Or you could do like an improv dual wield type attack, of like a melee attack of like a punch and then your weapon, or whatever the case.
Well, I have the bod knock, whatever that's called. I guess I assume there was 1 in each palm. So can I try to do like a spin attack in the middle of these eggs with both palms?
It looks like, due to it being a normal reach, it looks as though there is an area you can stand where you will hit 2. That is really close to you.
Okay.
So that could be a whirlwind or an improv dual wield attack, depending on how you want to do it.
All right, let's do a whirlwind on 2 eggs. What's my minuses?
All right, I will apply the minuses. Tell me what number you get, and I will modify them.
Oh, I'm scared. 13.
Jesus.
All right. You got a 13. These are indeed like stationary objects that are pretty hard, but due to it being an improv thing that you don't have much of a benefit in, you will wildly miss both eggs.
So I'm spinning,
as you kind of
and I
spin
feel
around.
confident. I look like a freaking tornado, but from the outside, I'm just spinning
You give
like
an
a fucking idiot.
You give an extremely enthusiastic spin as you spin like a top, missing both targets.
And then as I stop spinning and realize I hit nothing, I kind of collapse. I'm like, ow, 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 making one of those stupid noises. Like,
All right. Okay, let's see, MacGyver or the sack.
Well, I'm going to do the exact same thing she did to the 2 eggs that are near me. Try a improvised whirlwind attack on those. So that is a 93.
All right, that will definitely hit with an improv whirlwind. So yeah, the idea is you will hit both. Give me the damage roll, and it'll be that damage roll will hit both.
I got a 7. I got a huge 7.
All right. You give like a good old spin, and you manage to just weaken both eggs. You have a feeling that your luck ran out. You get a feeling that previous conflict that you did so well and maybe things are spinning around in the wrong way. You feel the sense of despair in the final fight. Sean Connery's nutsack. You see both your party mates do the best they can to try to eliminate these eggs as swift as possible, to no avail. Doing very little damage and missing in the process. What do you do?
Screw the eggs. I'm gonna go up to the centipede robot and give it a kick.
All right.
20 to hit.
A 20 to hit, that will hit. It is very big, and there's a large part of it touching the ground, so a 20 will just hit.
For very weak damage, 69.
Yep. All right, so that was 3 times with the lowest result. That's still pretty good.
Sorry, I did too. 28.
Oh. Okay, you give a dong, you give a kick, and it seems like it virtually did 0 damage to it. Like, you kicked it almost as hard as you could in the best spot, and you're like, oh, we're in over our head now, aren't we? But your overconfidence is telling you, no, you're not.
No, I kicked him exactly where it needed to be. That's going to start a chain reaction to bring about his demise.
All right. And has the party completed what they're doing this turn?
I haven't laid down and died yet, so let's go do that.
All right. So the next thing that's going to happen is the eggs will hatch.
Ugh.
All right. So the first thing that is going to happen, to the left and to the right of MacGyver, hatching from the eggs are going to be 2 cybernetic lumberjacks. One of them has his left arm being this long back and forth hacksaw that connects to his partner's where his left arm would be. And they are to your left and to your right. They spawn out of the eggs, and they are going to try to just hack you where you stand, basically. So they got a 3. Due to this failure, pretty much they spawn, they take way too much of a wind-up as they're getting their weapon ready and getting ready to attack. Both of them look open. They both failed, which means you can do another attempt at your whirlwind with them hatched.
All right, let's try it. That's a 96.
Yep, and that also crits. So, would you like to do ×2 damage, or would you like to do normal damage but a special effect?
No, I'm going to just do double damage, so that's a 68.
All right. You give your Tornado 6 spinning attack as both of the cybernetic lumberjacks with the conjoined hacksaw both fall to the ground, crumbled to pieces, destroyed.
Look what I did, guys. What are you guys doing over there?
I'm spinning and looking pretty.
Victoria, to your left and to your right, 2 more eggs hatch. One of them looks to be a robotic mutant knight with a green canister on his back and a lance in his hand. And the person to the other side of you looks to be some kind of mixed martial artist. She looks completely ready for combat, on all 4s, jumping around, ready to attack. So the first thing that's going to happen is you see a lance come your way with a big old stab and is trying to block you off. Seems as though it doesn't hit you. You don't believe it makes contact. It seems to be all right. But this other one hatching from the egg is going to run along the end of the lance and try to combo the upper part of your body and grapple you. So let's see. So yeah, it tries to do this big, complicated grapple maneuver off the lance. You can tell it grabs you. Could you give me a grapple check?
Is there really a point?
You can try to stop it.
22!
Oh, with the 22, no. All right. you feel this thing like, well, you can't feel, but you can tell this thing is on your head, doing a bunch of attacks. It grabs your head, it slams its body downward, and is going to try to spike you on the end of the lance.
It's humping
Which happens.
my head.
Well, if it jumped on your head and then tried to pull an RKO type maneuver, stabbing you into the lance. So, you can tell you are not dead, but there is a lance sticking through your body and a monkey on your back.
Everything's fine, guys. We're fine.
She is going bananas. Let me get to the last two eggs here. Out of the last two eggs, one of them hatches a ghost. A long, thin phantom that's tiptoeing around, sneaking its way around. It is going to show up near the ball sack of Sean Connery. Let's see here. It seems as though it's trying to pull off some kind of a psychological maneuver on you. However, it rolled a failure roll, which means you can try to overpower it with your psychology.
Oh, yeah.
So, tell me mentally what you're pumping into this ghost.
She's not listening to us, right?
No.
Okay, good.
I'm just concentrating on my own superiority. And as I do that, my hackles, my hair follicles just kind of prick up in waves.
I wouldn't say prick.
My superiority.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So your overconfidence is going to overpower this phantom to where it can't do anything to you. You lock onto it, it's trying to do invisibility techniques, and you're like, stop right there. And it just stops. All right. The final egg is going to hatch. Alrighty. Outside of the final egg comes a giant crab. The giant crab is going to make its way towards the sack, and it's going to try to pinch your sack.
Doesn't have any other targets.
Right. It tries to go for a left and go for a right. It tries to give pinches and slams with its claws, but it can't up the sack. You do A-okay, and you evade all of those enemy attacks. Now, lastly, is going to go Clutch. All right. Clutch has his lock on. He's gonna try to give another beam deliverance to the sack. All right. That's 86 plus 15, so that hits. Oof. Sean Connery's nutsack. This will be 95 beam damage.
Alright, I'll take that. Use Die Hard to stay alive.
Alright. This big colossal beam just goes down on the sack. He's singed. There's a bit of a bad smell, but he's hanging in there. He's hanging in there just fine. Clutch will now take these two large hands that it has, and it's going to try to slam one of them flat on the ground and try to squish Matt Guyver. However, with Matt Guyver's enhanced evasion and this really crap roll, the massive hand is going to try to come down to no effect, slamming into the ground. In addition, it's going to try to bring down its other hand to shake the earth, but it's not a mighty enough swing to get any of you off balance. Except for Sean Connery's nutsack, you have uncoordinated.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have it where you will fall prone. You won't take damage, but you just like fall prone.
Okay.
Everyone else seems all right. Clutch seems to be swinging its body around, doing its thing. Yeah, and it looks as though it's trying to prepare for some kind of final attack. It begins trying to sway its body around, almost like a giant jump rope across the arena, trying to hit the party. To no avail. It looks as though it's trying to ready itself for more attacks, as it looks like it's trying to lay more eggs. All right, so party turn.
Okay, before that a-hole lays more eggs, I want to try to go attack him and do the paralyzing with my paralyzing weapon.
All right. So, in order to do so, you have a person in front and behind you. You would need to try to handle them, unless you're fine with taking the attacks of opportunity, which you're overconfident, so...
If this kills me, I will laugh very, very hard, but I'm gonna ignore them.
All right.
Dance on big dude.
You're gonna try to ignore it and just make your way through the wild ape-like woman is continuing her assault, attacking with monkey style. Just a complete unrelenting assault of attacks. She has like a large mane like a lion, more so resembling a mandrill than a typical ape. She just commences a combo, but you try to walk past. There is a lance stabbed into your body, but you're just making your way to Clutch as the lance is being thrusted in and out. There is gore seeping everywhere. You start dragging your way over as much as you can. You cannot feel this pain being done on you. Your overconfidence convinces you to step forward, on and on and on and on and on. You keep moving your way throughout. The anklet of survival kicks in. You feel that last...
Nope, I don't have that. That was on the alternate build.
Oh, that was on alternate build. Okay, sorry.
Incarnation.
Yes, and I have something for that. So, you drudge your way through, soaked in gore. You get ready to do something, and all you can manage is, like, making this tiny little scratch on the body before you lifelessly fall over. You may have a death line if you want a really quick death spiel as you're just, like, bleeding out on the ground.
So, as I feel my life force escaping my body, I think I've come so far to avenge the death of my family. However, in this moment, I will get to be with them once more.
All right. All right. So that being said, when it becomes your turn next, you can do your reincarnation, or you can choose to do it after the conflict. That is up to you.
No, let's come into battle fresh with a new person. Let's do it.
All right. And I got a person for that, so when it becomes the player turn again, I will jump you in and you will go. All right. Victoria leaves this plane, fades away into the soft petals that go off into the now existent breeze. Clutch stands in its defensive position, ready to continue the assault. Let's see here. Oh yeah, so we have the remaining members of the party. I believe it's both of your turns, right?
Yep.
How do you
kill my friend?
proceed?
No, I kill you. And the chest starts to light up again, and he's opening it up, and he's going to fire on Clutch.
All right.
With a 38.
That will hit. Its evasion is 20. And you're aiming right at the body?
Yep. And it's a...
Because I will... Okay.
Yeah, it's the demoleculizer, so I don't know if that's going to do anything special, but... that's a 62 damage.
Okay. All right. It looks like this thing has a lot of health, but hitting it directly, yeah, that seems to do something. But this thing looks like it's very mighty, a lot of health. You get a feeling that unleashing as much damage on this thing as possible, stopping it before it can make eggs could be a pretty good tactic. But you know it's going to take a lot of firepower. All right. Sean Connery. There are currently 4 hatchies from eggs standing around, and Clutch himself is getting ready to unleash another one.
I'm just going to attack Clutch because that's really my offensive capability is to hit who has already been hit. I'm going to slap him 3 times.
All right. Hitting the body 3 times, echoing that damage. Whoopsh, whoopsh, whoopsh. Echoes of that hit done. Oh, sorry. No. If you can say the damage total.
Would be 186.
All right.
If I hit. Yeah.
So that first impact, only doing so much, but repeated and echoed continuously. You now notice that it's showing signs of damage, where this fight looks winnable now. If you work off of each other's skills and each other's power, this can be winnable. 2 people, 1 people, whatever. The spirit's got to live on. And you notice that does seem to start to get the job done. All right. Next thing that's going to happen, we're going to have these enemies go. All right. I'm going to have this Phantom go first. The Phantom is going to try to go over to MacGyver. This is in 82, and the Phantom is trying to hold you still. It's trying to phase over the square where you are, and it's trying to effectively hold you down, encompassing your area. You can give me a grapple check in an attempt to escape from this.
Okay. 70.
All right. You escape from it. He flies back. You receive 87 electric damage. However, as he flies back, he does explode and disintegrate.
Nice.
He tried to deteriorate you and did not go well for him. Next thing that's going to happen, the Lance Wielder is going to just try to run in a straight line going into MacGyver. It takes its run. It runs in as fast as it can, and it misses. It tries to beeline right towards you. In doing this attack, you can make an attempt to attack it. Using its thrusters, it has to move in a straight line, and it technically provokes.
You got a 37 again.
37, that will work. This thing has 35 evasion. You will hit it as it's moving by with its momentum.
So 55.
55, what damage type? Piercing?
Yep, piercing.
All right. Because of the momentum that it had, and with it being this kind of a fast technique, roll me a coordination check to get extra damage on him as he drives by.
83.
Yeah, as it goes by, you do that slice, it flies behind you a few squares, and then you just see him fall into pieces and explode. You did the cool Zankusen, whatever it's called, like drive-by attack. You did your sick dash, and he falls to pieces.
Haha, I'm too fast for you. Haha.
All right. Next is going to be this primal fighter. She's going to run on all fours, baring her teeth. And she's going to take a big old run forward and is going to try to jump on the sack. But it's not going to work. It takes swipes and screams and slams at the earth, but the sack is too slick. The sack is too fast. The sack is too evasive, and none of these unfocused flurry of moves manage to make a single bit of contact. All right. And then lastly, this last one over here. All right. I want to say that's good. Oh yeah, there's the crab. The crab. Yeah, he's gonna try his thing. He's gonna try to hit the sack. That is a 93 to hit the sack. It's gonna try to pinch the sack. It got an 18 to pinch the sack. You receive 18 piercing damage.
I'll try. I failed him. I'll use perfect defense and ignore it.
All right. Ooh. I just rolled a fucking 96. The second crab claw comes in. Its last attack of its dual wield. It comes in with the fucking crusher claw. So this is going to hit. I want to see the damage. He's gonna go for the ×2. Oh my god.
My improvised counter, and I have 1 hit point, so.
Oh no. You would have received 75 damage. However, this is a crit, so it's 150. However, it is bludgeoning damage because it's the Crusher Claw. You receive 300 bludgeoning damage as the crab makes the sack.
I'm sorry, I receive 1 damage.
Oh, you receive 1.
Yeah.
1 because you have your last defensive capability?
No, I only had 1 hit point left.
Oh, you only had 1 hit point. Okay. But I'm just imagining that, that like 1 hit point and then that 300 coming down of just...
You have to describe the squeezing death of the ball sack.
Oh no. Well, I imagine it's swift. Like it already received a lot of damage. It's been a rough road for the sack.
Well, that's no fun for the ladies in the audience.
I don't think they want to hear it.
The sack becomes crushed. The sack is popped to a pulp, but before this happens, the sack may let out one last line as it's about to cross over on the other side.
Fuck you, Trebek.
You better put that mic down before you do your line.
If only you would have rubbed those big stripper titties on me for luck before the battle, this would have never happened. Oh,
And just popped by a big old crab claw. The crab looks surprised in what happened, and then he starts like nibbling the remains.
Ew!
Just like scavenging. It's what crabs do. That's what a crab would do. Oh boy! Just slowly just starts eating the sack.
Scottish mountain rocky oysters, right?
All right, and then Matt Guyver, have you taken your turn, I believe? Or did you just react to people doing stuff to you?
Yeah, I just reacted.
Yeah. So it's your turn, and then we'll bring in Victoria's new form.
So I want to make sure that there's no more eggs coming out, so I'm going to attack that with the chest beam again. So that is a 55 to hit. 65.
Yep. With the 65, you are able to angle the beam at least where you feel like the eggs may come out. You may also make another coordination roll if you want to try to time it and maybe take eggs out that might come out. Okay, so it's a matter of... Okay.
I got 91.
Yeah, you will be able to do that. So what you're doing is you're essentially... You know you're going to hit with this, and you're timing it where you're going to shoot where the eggs come out, probably destroying all of them. And you're at the ready charging your beam. So pretty much on its turn, when it tries to do anything, you'll fire away and you know you're going to hit. And then I'll have you roll for damage once it hits.
Okay.
So lastly, with the player turn, Victoria, now in the heavens, gracing her afterlife, in jubilee with her family, momentarily, but then she feels a call back to Earth, a call into a new form. The brief reunion is now over, and they all wave you on and greet you into the next life. Your time isn't over yet. Keep that head held high. This isn't all you have to offer. It's time to show them your final power, your last form. This essence will lead you forward. Now, you have a choice. You can stay here with us, or continue your life in this form, showing them your true power. What do you choose?
For the pure, simple fact, I want to see what you got for me. I'm coming back.
Goodbye. We know you will love it. They all wave you down as you ascend away from the clouds, feeling the G-forces, the momentum, the sinking in your gut of being pulled away from the afterlife, and then slam down into reality. As you slam down into reality, you can see the sack is shattered, being eaten by a large crab. You see Matt Guyver getting ready to charge a massive final beam, very focused, very serious. Is focused as you've seen him, ready to release. And you come on in your new form. Gazing upon this body, it is large and muscular and powerful. You can tell you still have the cannot feel pain weakness. You have the overconfident weakness, which has carried over, and you have the committed to gear weakness. The functions you have, I can keep track of these. You have the function combo attack. You have a plus 40 to hit with your holy sword. And also, all of your melee attacks have a plus 25 to damage, you have a plus 25 to athletics, and you receive minus 25 damage from all sources. Your new form is muscle-bound, that of a Vikingess. Powerfully built upper body, these old bluish tribal tattoos adorn your body. You have a glowing blue sword that seems to be filled with a great smiting power.
It's not straight.
Sweet. I want to go attack this egg-laying bastard.
Alright, and you can do that. Using your movement, you will run right on up.
So the plus 40 is to hit for the holy sword?
So, tell me, do you want to go for, would you like one hit or your combo attack?
What's the combo?
Effectively, I think because of the bonus you have, they're both going to be the same, but the combo attack is you can keep going as long as you roll good enough.
Let's try the combo.
Alright, so you were going to try to unleash a powerful flurry of consecutive blows with your holy sword.
With the plus 40, I've got 101.
Alright, that will hit. Give me your next roll to hit.
Do I get plus 40 for every roll?
This roll, you will only get a plus 20. The second one.
Okay. That one is 53.
That will hit. Your third one, you will not receive a bonus to.
Oh shit, I just dropped my dice. Okay. 20.
That will just hit.
Ooh.
The next one will be at a minus 20.
Do I keep going or can I call it stop there?
You can do a third. You can do a fourth hit if you want.
Alright, let's try it. Negative 20?
Yep.
11.
All right, so that one is not going to work, but you notice you get 3 very good like combinations on it. And you notice 3 at least good combos, good hits make contact. So this is going to be average damage. So give me 3 damage rolls.
Plus 25 on all?
Yep.
Alright. It's 87 plus 20. That one's 112.
Mighty amount of damage.
95.
That second one goes in and it leans back from the sheer amount of damage it's taking.
That one is 20, 45, 44.
44?
Yep.
All right. So you notice that like that first hit works nice. That second hit does great. The third one, from it kind of weaning back a little, you seem to get it a bit, but it is completely getting hacked up from this like level of damage that it's taking over and over. And you're confident that if you keep getting in there, you can do it. It's a very different body than what you had before. This very big, built, strong Viking warrior body. But it's something that you're definitely getting the hang of with all these mighty swings. And that being said, we will have MacGyver do its thing. As Clutch gets ready to release a round of eggs, MacGyver, you may now roll for damage.
95.
Nice. And with you aiming where you do, the eggs are released. You fire off your beam and it incinerates all of the incoming eggs and continues to go into Clutch, dealing massive damage, nearly blowing him open entirely.
Let's finish this. Let's do it now.
It's completely shattered in just about.
We can't do this!
All right. Let me see how this goes. All right. Yeah, at this point, Clutch has taken a lot of damage. This fight looks to be wrapping up. It has taken hundreds upon hundreds of damage over time, being attacked in the same spot continuously. It takes mighty swings at you guys with its arms, clashing to the ground, thumping them all about, but you all manage to dodge and weave and duck, parry and get away from all of these maneuvers. The earth-shaking quakes you manage to run away from as you move about this arena, with these large holes built into them. His lock-on begins to engage. He locks his eye directly on the new form of Victoria. He attempts to fire off a laser eye. Let's see what happens here. Okay. See that damage. Alright. The new form of Victoria, you see a big beam of light collide into your body, but you still stand. You take the hit, it locked on, it did a lot, but you are there. You're standing in that crater. On your feet.
I look damn good, too.
And yeah, besides that, it's going to try to do its final attack, and it's going to try to constrict the party. It's going to do the best it can. The 2 remaining enemies don't manage to do much to the party at all. Their attacks are simply missing as before. Grapples are not engaged. Both of you have too much evasion for these low hits. Its body begins to constrict and get tighter and tighter and tighter and closer. Let's see here. All right. And yeah, it is now the player's turn. It looks like it's trying to do a final constriction to take you out. It is not getting the full accuracy that it wants, but you can tell next turn stuff could get bad. It's constricting on you. The last 2 enemies are in this constriction. They're all getting ready to unleash their assault. It is the player turn.
Can I do another combo attack, or was that only once?
No, you can do that as much as you want.
Oh,
They're
shit.
just at heavy minuses. Yeah.
Do it again.
I did a like random book scroll through build, and it turned out to be a real nice one.
Yeah, I kind of want this sheet. So I got my plus 40 for the first one, right?
Yep.
Thank freaking God, because that makes it a 58.
That hits. Next one's going to be at a plus 20.
40 plus 20. Okay, so plus 20 is 68.
That hits.
Next one's just normal, right?
Yep, next one's normal.
75.
That hits. Next one's at minus 20.
Okay. 53.
That hits. This next one's at minus 40.
Oh, I keep going till I don't hit.
Yep.
That is small.
39.
That one won't hit, but you got 4 solid hits in. So give me 4 standard rolls.
It's 56 plus my 25.
Yep.
81.
I'm gonna 25 to all of them.
54 plus 25. We got 46 plus the 25. Haha, 96 plus the 25.
All right. So what happens is you unleash this combo of attacks. You see multiple of them hitting clutch, and then clutch making the 2 remaining enemies go directly in the path of the attack. So they basically try to run up to try to take the attacks for clutch or try to do something to you. So you strike down the last 2 enemies, and the remaining strikes, you get at least 2 solid attacks on clutch, and you take out the last 2 enemies as they try to dart at you at the last minute, pulling off some desperation moves. They are all completely cut and cleaved down. Clutch is still up, not hanging by much. It's trying to continue its constriction. Its hands are fully healed, but its body is completely torn to heck. It is a large weakened point that you can tell right now.
So she's going to scream, "You got this, MacGyver!"
I will kill you. Did
I don't think Discord likes us yelling.
Yeah, it's like a big cutting, you know?
It always cuts out. I got a 23 to hit with the demoleculizer.
Okay, that will hit. It has 20. It has 20 evasion. Well, currently because it's constricting, it is lower evasion. Where is this attack being aimed in particular?
At the gaping hole.
All right, that with the accuracy debuffs that it got, that will go right into the hole. As it's getting closer and closer and closing in, constricting, it becomes more visual, and you fire it off. It's gonna hit in there. Give me a roll for damage, and I will modify it.
50.
All right. You fire directly in there. You are going to deal double damage on this. So this will do 100 beam just coursing into the machine directly in there. And you are just going to see it start. It's going to just start like bolts of electricity are going to come off of its body. It can't. It's trying to make any kind of attacks. It can't. Its 2 hands lower. The body collapses to the ground like a long ribbon with a big thud. Once it's been brought down all the way, Lieutenant Trash the Sixth is gonna come running over to it from the side. Okay, I guess the jig is up now, huh? Alright, so I was a part of a group. I used to work for a really, really bad thing. It went by the name of Lord Improvisa. If something happened, Lord Improvisa jumped into outside space, into the deepest depths of the cosmos to fight with other supervillains or something. And I was without that influence, and I started thinking my life over more, and I was thinking a way to get out for years, and Improvisa released their grip, and well, I believe they wanted to procure Clutch as well for their own mischievous means, and I pity the thing. It was flung into this world meant to be a destroyer when it has the mentality of a child. It's just been born. It has cognitive thought. It's been flailing around and attacking things because it's a scared child. I just want to take care of the thing. The large machine is not dead, but the mass known as Clutch, you can see, seems to be in like a resting kind of phase after receiving so much damage. Oh, trust me, you'd be able to destroy the thing if you keep going, but please, don't destroy this thing. I know it's of great destruction, but I'm sure there's some place it has in this world, or something we can give it.
Can you reprogram it to not be such a dick?
Well, that's gonna come with maturity, I'm afraid. It's still quite young. It will lash out and attack after some time. It was frightened. Your friend went rummaging around in its area, and it got territorial. If he had a little more nuance, then maybe things would be different. I'm sorry about your friend.
When a dog attacks unprovoked, it is euthanized.
This isn't a dog. And even then, I wouldn't wish that upon a dog. I'm a bit of an activist myself. I know I might not look like it, but I do care about living things. I've been involved with gangs, I've been involved with bad stuff, but that's all I had. I had to make a living. I've left that life, and that life has now left me. There's not much that I want to seek now. What I do seek, I want a child of my own, and this big old machine is something similar to what I have now. One day I could do that. So I know you gotta report this to the mayor, and you gotta tell him the whole situation, and I'm sorry that this didn't have anything to do with your quest, and I'm sorry. From within the body of Matt Guyver, you can feel a horrible sensation.
What is this? What is this?
A feeling creeping from beneath begins to lurch forward. From out of the suit, you see an angelic figure step outward. Now, you have to listen to reason, my friend. Look at all these silly gladiators, continuing their meager lifestyles, trying to put order in the universe. I don't agree with this way. All of you need to be deleted off of this world and interface. Please, stay still while I kill you extremely quickly. Reason makes her status known. She is a reptilian angelic being covered with armor. She looks as machine-like as she does an angel. This bestial creature from beyond readies itself for combat against the two of you. Oh, I've been gazing for a while. I saw some flawed programming with your suit. We can't have that now. I found a way to creep in. There was an imperfection, but I found a way in there. Now you'll have to take me if you wish to wear the skin of my people. That doesn't belong to you, and I will be taking it back. As for you, Victoria, that is a new form. Congratulations. Now, please, try to enact your vengeance on me. Do you know who I have taken from you? I'm sure you do. I took them all. It was easy. Prove yourself to be a better fight than they were.
I will not fight you in vengeance of them, for I know they are at peace. However, if you choose to continue this, I will fight you for me!
Excellent. This will be your final battle. Know that what you have done today in this course of action will lead to your demise. Goodbye. Reason readies herself, opening up layers of her armor. Exposing more of this wrapped her like lizard flesh. Lighting up in mass illumination, she readies a large mystical staff in her hand as she readies for attack. I will have to take all of you with me now. The being clutch will be under my control. It shall remain like this, but I will have great potential in the future. Alright, so that being said, remaining 2 party members, make an attempt to stop this powerful evil within.
Well, I'm prepared to do another multi-attack. Okay, so plus 40, so that's going to be a 95.
Yep, that hits.
Then we have 103.
That hits.
45.
That will not hit.
Okay, so I got 2 hits.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. 19, I'll let you add the 25s in. And 19 again.
To the best of your efforts, you try to swing into the powerful armor, but you notice that the sword almost stops directly onto it, as this powerful foe simply sticks out its arm in a very diva-type fashion. I would like to see more, before it all turns off.
Perhaps if you were brave, you would not try to fight us after we just fought a worthy foe.
Oh no, I wish to take the flesh of my people back, and I also wish to leave no evidence of my doings. Gladiatorial society must fall, and I will ensure this. It is reason. You must listen to reason.
Cowardice.
Alright. So now, Matt Guyver, what do you do? This evil entity came out from within you. How do you attack?
You know, if you would have asked, I would have just gave you my armor back. But no, you could have just erased our memories, took our memory, and took my armor. That's all you had to do. But instead, you're going to be a bitch. So, die like a bitch. It's a 70 to hit with demoleculizer.
70 to hit. That will hit.
54 damage.
Alright. You managed to make some nice contact with that move. The demolecularizer hits. You notice that the target is still up, but taking damage. Shit. 1 second here. Alright, so Reason. Reason is going to scan both of you. Scanning. Scanning for exploits. Searching. 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 Found. You can feel Reason zooming into your weak point, Matt Guyver. You can feel her looking directly at it. Fire contact. She reaches out her hand, a torrent of energy shoots out. Her eyes shoot out beams that collide with the beam created from her hand. The triple energy flow is going to form a ball before quickly becoming a beam and trying to go directly for your weak point. Alright, that is an 82 to hit your weak point. Because it needs to beat by a 15. Yes, so this will hit you in the weak point. All right.
So you beat it by 25 and more, right? So
Oh, sorry. He only beat it by 17. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Is that...
I got about 40 health points left.
All right. So your attack with that great attack, hanging on with some of the last of your health as this big, like, tri-beam hits you. Noticing that you're not fully down from it, Reason is going to direct this triad beam towards the new form of Victoria. And this is going to collide into Victoria, but because of Victoria's new form's barbaric nature, that extra bit, that little minus 25 reduction, you live the move, kind of pushing it back with your hand as it's trying to scorch at you. You can feel it trying to change damage type to exploit a weakness, but you do not have damage weakness. And its universal abilities are not able to fully lock down on you. After unleashing that massive torrent, it is going to slash off many shards from off of its body and is going to try to blast them towards you. But all of you manage to parry and block, and Victoria has too much of a bulk where it won't even do damage. And all of you manage to evade this last shrapnel explosive small melee combo before it remains still. It is now the party's turn.
I will combo attack that biatch.
All right.
Again. Hoofda! 95 plus 40.
That'll hit.
That's cocked. For 71.
Yep.
74.
Yep.
Ugh. 0.
What, you got 0, 0, 0?
No, with my negative.
Oh, yeah.
I rolled a 20. So.
Oh, okay. So three of those moves will hit. So roll me average damage 3 times.
69. 25. 97, all plus the 25 each one.
All right, you going for your combo, and you notice that it tries to set up some barriers to nullify some of the hits, and you see the first hit gets stopped, the second hit gets stopped, the third one goes through and you lay your damage down. You see its barrier shatter. And right after that, it is Matt Guyver's turn.
Yeah, he got a 24 to hit.
All right, that will not hit, and that was what, for the melee attack or the?
That was with the demoleculizer.
All right, you notice that that attack misses. This thing's a bit too evasive. It's going to try to take down the finality here. You notice that it is incredibly damaged and beaten down at this point. It's fairly worn. It's going to look over at Matt Guyver, trying to break the gaze with Victoria. First, I must take this flesh of my people back, as you defile it with your use. You shall be cleansed in a fire. You see it begins to ready its, it seems to ready its next attack. It's doing a scan over of your body once again. All right. Yeah, it looks like it. It gives a scan over of your body. It's readying its attack. Let's see here. I've been trying to keep track of your regeneration as well. So I will say, factoring the regeneration and all that, I don't think you're dead, but you're effectively dead next hit. Because have you been adding your regeneration?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure. All right, I want to see here. Oh boy, that looks like 85 cold damage.
Oh.
All right, is
I have 9
Max
hit
still up?
points left.
All right, nice. So that triad beam resumes again, locking onto you, tries to hit, doesn't get the weak point, still doesn't hit the weak point appropriately, but just starts wearing you down. It is just has its arm out and it's trying to focus that beam continuously. The next thing that it's going to do is it is going to stop its beam, and it is trying to go for Victoria over here. All right. So, yeah, this thing just is trying to go for a beatdown on Victoria. Every punch is letting off these various shards of crystal and energy as it's giving a beatdown. And you see these punches going into you. You can see these bits of almost like fiberglass going into your eyes, but you're just blocking this blizzard of blows, this frivolous freeze of a frenzy, this mighty attack. And you are almost going blind from the amount of this frosty fiberglass that's getting shot into your eyes, into your face. Everything is going cold if you could feel it, and slowly your body feels like it's freezing up and being tense. Due to your resistances and all that, you know you're not dead. I would like you to give me an athletics roll, as your body seems like it's going to be frozen into ice.
73 plus my 25.
You shatter out of your icy prison, letting out a mighty roar. Still partially blind, you break out of this immobility factor. You can't feel pain, but you are hanging by a thread. You know the party is on their last leg. One more attack, game over. You hang in there for the final stride, into the finale. It is now the player turn. Reason has done everything that she can. She attempts to let off a few of these pulses that reverberate around the entire area, but they seem to fall into an improper area and do not hit anyone. There is just a loud echo as Reason seems open. The various sound waves and reverberating lines of light energy you manage to bound and leap over as you move your way forward. Lieutenant Trash the Sixth can be seen bunched up next to Clutch, trying to protect his big wide opening, that if another move goes down there, it could spell the end for her beloved. It is now the player turn. Reason looks open, and Reason looks ready to attack.
I will try my combo attack again. And if I die twice in one episode, new record. Oh, 87.
That hits.
Ooh, 109.
All right.
94.
Nice.
56.
That one won't hit with all the minuses.
Okay.
So 3 of those hits will hit.
All right, plus 25 on all. The first one is 56.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
53. 88.
All right. So, smashing through, you see yourself breaking through armor, defensive capability, shields. You see a shield pop, armor pop. You keep going, breaking the body down, hit, over hit, and you're still slamming, you're still going, but you notice that this thing isn't going down. You need one more push. You just need one more push of energy. If this doesn't work, you're going to be flown back. So you're basically locked in, repeatedly slamming this thing down into the ground, trying to finish it. And it's using all of its defensive means to try to break away out of it. And it looks to be hanging on by not much. MacGyver, you see this going on. It seems to be in an easier position to hit because of this. Locked into
Okay.
combat, and you further away.
93 to hit.
All right, 93 to hit, and this is with your beam?
Yep.
All right. Any particular way that you wish to fire it? That would pretty much use up your Swift if you want to do any particulars with it.
I just want to hit her wherever it looks like there would be like the most damage done.
Okay, so you're trying to find the path of least resistance.
Yep.
Okay. All right, you got a mean roll. You got a good call on the roll. Give me the damage roll.
90.
All right. So you're going to go looking around. You have your full aim. You've got things good. You can, since you're not moving, you can pretty much cash in your move to without check. You are able to see. All right, this thing's trying to put up a weird invincibility barrier. But you notice that if you're sly enough and you aim good enough, you'll be able to get under it, and that should be able to give an opening for between you and your partner to take it out. It looks like it's trying to do a defensive thing where if two things hit it at once, it will have repercussions. You see the opening. You know you're gonna hit. You fire off your cannon, and you hit it in a vulnerable spot beneath its shield. It is going to begin to rupture and explode from within its own barrier, shattering outside. And once that barrier shatters, your partner is able to continue these attacks and these blows into the body as it ruptures into itself, caves in, and explodes. You are both simply knocked back from the explosion, not killed. But reason blows up in a bright spectacle. Victoria, you feel a weight off of your shoulders as this strange being responsible for deaths of many of those in your family and even people across other families and other worlds. Reason has been taken out and will no longer cast her judgment upon anyone. You see her become disintegrated. In those last flashes of light, you even saw her phylactery light up before being destroyed. She is condemned to death now. No way to return.
We did it. Let's go home now. Yay!
Lieutenant Trash the Sixth begins clapping. You did good. You all did a great job. She's all teary-eyed. You helped me protect Clutch, and I'll come clean. I'll tell him that I have more than a cat, and all that stuff. But you all have done so much, and you've come such a long way. You're right. I almost sent you all off. So I've been paying for all of my means with ancient relics. I don't have gold. I don't really have money. I have ancient relics. I came across many of them during my servitude to Lord Improvisa. Now let's see, I've got three treasures in particular. I guess each of you can grab one before you're sent on your merry way. Excuse me, let me go get them. Lieutenant Trash the Sixth goes into the back and comes out with 3 ancient artifacts. The first one appears to be some kind of a neck brace, like an old school neck brace type device, which connects to parts of the upper back and the lower portions of the skull. It looks to be like almost like a strange regal type adornment. Well, there's this thing. All of these are worth a lot of money. I mean, whether you want them personally or you're going to sell them, this is the best I can do. She then pulls out a small metal egg that floats slightly off of whatever it is held beneath, and it looks as though it has a bunch of transcribements and symbols on the egg. Then I've got this eggy boy. I'm not sure if it's meant to look like an egg or it's just an oval, but we've got this. And lastly, she goes looking around. She pulls up a small skeleton key with a ruby in the handle. And I've got this key. I'm not sure what it goes to, but I'm sure it goes to something. Take your pick.
I want the key. I want the key.
You want the key. Excellent. You notice gazing into the ruby of the key, you see the intensity of flame within the ruby of the key. Well, here you go. This seemed to catch your eye. And what about you, the one in the suit?
I want the egg!
You want the egg. So she reaches over, grabs the strange-looking egg device. Here you go. Now, I'll tell you what I know about these two objects. The egg seems to be a really good item for meditation. It is used to find inner peace and tranquility. I believe I've gotten what I need from the egg, and that is how it's said to work. You get what you need from the egg, and then you pass it on to someone else. Someone who needs to be reborn. It's an ancient relic of the god Arshiovi, the ancient egg. Take it with you. It will help with meditation, and it will help you calm the chaos and struggle from within you. Oh, and this, what is this one? This is yours, the key. Now, the key, it is said that the key goes to something different for every individual that possesses it. It will lead you to something. I couldn't tell you what, but continue your journey and you will find the results of it. She gives a big old smile on her face before frowning and looking over to the debris of your friend being crushed and eaten partially by a crab. I'm sure your friend would love this brooch type thing. I know he'd probably wear it around. Do you know if he had any family? No? Was he a loner?
I think he was a loner. We really just kind of met him at a bar when Met Guyver sat on him.
Well, that's peculiar. If that's the case, I mean, I don't know what more we could do for him. I don't return things from the dead or anything. Well, the two of you got something lovely to bring home to you. Now, I'm assuming you got here on the raft. Feel free to take the raft, head on back. I'm gonna have some peace and quiet, but now that this has been resolved, she starts looking around and noticing that Clutch is in more of a sedated state. I want you to stand by while I do something. She goes over inside of the dormant Clutch, powers him on, messes with him a little bit to get him working. There's something Clutch has been developing that now I think I have the safety to develop. You see her take a vial, labeled that it seemingly has some kind of DNA within it. She puts it within Clutch, and after some time, the large machine is going to produce a small infant inside of a test tube. This child within the tube is born with many piercings on his face and ears, covered in tattoos and green liberty spikes sticking high to the sky. This child is revealed through the opening of Clutch as it comes forward into the arms of the happy mother, holding this tube with this child in it. You see, I've been trying to make a clone of myself, or some kind of replication, to raise as my own. I've never settled down, and I wouldn't want anyone to deal with me. I'm too much to deal with as is. I can only deal with my own stuff. And now, I have what I need. Clutch sedated, I have my child, and I might carry down the trash name to him, but I'm not going to tell him I was ever a trash. That way we can at least kind of grow past this thing. She looks down at the tube, at the child. Thank you for this. I will see you off. Clutch begins kind of sputtering in the background, still completely worn down from the fight. He'll be fine. I think he needs to be humbled, and I believe this was a learning experience for Clutch there. He'll be a great guardian. He'll make sure my child grows up safe. She walks you out over to the raft at the end of the river Styx. The child in the tube seems as though he's placed in the corner of the room until he's big enough to come out of this neon green bubbling goo. Lieutenant Trash the Sixth gives a bit of a wave as all of you begin to head on back to the mayor's house. The mayor, after hearing everything that went down, gives a big old clap of his hands. Oh, so you did it! Excellent! Oh, well, we've got proper ships here. We can send you home and on your way. You solved that little ditty. That's a free boat ride for you. We'll send you home. What else could you ask for? Oh, ho, 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 ho! Gives a merry laugh to himself. Oh, we got fast ships. I mean, we got fast ships. So, are you ready to go?
I think I'm ready for a good long rest.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that me too. I need a little rest.
All right. That sounds wonderful. Well, you did a favor for me and a favor for many others, cleaning up these last bits of these conflict. Excellent. I can't wait to see the next great adventure. He eventually brings you over to the bone station, where there are multiple vehicles ready to go, the shapes of various bones, windows in the side ready to take off into the cosmos. Tell them where you're going, and the ferryman will bring you where you need to go. Many of the people of Strobayach begin to wave goodbye, big old skeletal grins on their face, letting you continue on with your journey. Matt Guyver, you feel peace as you hold this orb. This egg-shaped apparatus seems to calm you. You do not feel that struggle within you, the crack in the suit. You do not feel other entities trying to slip into that seep. Even though you know that the suit you are wearing may have some relation to the being you felled, as though it's the hide of some creature, you now know that you have claimed the right for it to be yours. And you have gained peace. Victoria, as you go on to the train, your key begins to glow as you feel the next adventure is around the corner. You look down at your sword, your holy sword. You begin examining it. You can feel the power exuding forth from it. You make your way onto that train ready to go with your new knowledge and new weapons in hand. And as you head onto this vessel, is there anything either of you want to do before the session reaches a close?
Victoria is at a state of peace after seeing her family, completing her mission. She's no longer broody and whatnot. She feels like she has a new lease on life, and she is ready to go into that sunset for the next adventure.
The sunset takes the form of foxes playing in the sky. An orange flutter as you see the image of two young foxes play fighting. As you get on to the bone rocket and get ready to head home. You see the constellations also forming these fox entities, and you can feel your ancestors, young and old, galloping through the cosmos, proud of your achievements and where you will go, and ultimately, the fact you had to make some of the most difficult decisions. Stay in paradise or continue into struggle, and you made the right decision. Matt Guyver, do we have any parting words as you head home after this great adventure?
So as he's getting on the bone rocket, he he wants to try to get the armor back inside of himself so he can actually be his normal person when he gets home.
Mm-hmm.
And now that he's got the flaw is gone, he's able to do that, and he's actually really happy about it. But he doesn't want her to see how young he actually is.
So you're like hiding your face in shame.
Yep. Don't look at my face. No.
The suit recedes because you have found inner peace with help of the egg, but your true form is being seen. Could you describe what your character looks like beneath the armor?
So he's a kind of nerdy 15-year-old, like junior high school kid. He's got glasses. Probably weighs about 120 pounds. Yeah, guy, I'm good. Don't look at my face. Don't look at me. I'm gonna sit in the back. You sit in the front. Okay, bye.
I think she's too tired to really address that one.
Yeah, you're ready to gaze on the sky and the honor of your ancestors. You're gonna let that one slide as MacGyver scuttles to the back on his way home. And our lasting image that we will have is in the back of the bone rocket, taking up a seat next to you, was one of the scientists from earlier, with her thickly rimmed glasses and her long green wavy hair down to her shoulders, and her big old lab coat. She takes a seat next to you and books in hand with a grin on her face. I know that's you. You don't have to hide your face.
What do you... Oh, you. Hello, lady.
You've got the same eyes. I know it's you. She cracks a smile, adjusts her glasses, nervously looks at her books. So, yeah, I'm gonna follow you. Why don't we talk a bit? Have a chat? So from there, she's gonna spout what you could only describe as endless nonsense about biomechanics and physics, and she opens up a bunch of spreadsheets as on your way back, and just kind of a little bit of a worm in your ear, just kind of talking your ear off, showing you a whole bunch of spreadsheets and scientific things. So, are you going to be doing anything after this?
Wait, I don't know. Maybe homework? I got a lot of homework piling up. I got a report on... Yeah, maybe you could help me with that. Okay.
Let's do that, and then after we can get a coffee. She hands you over her number. When the bone rocket takes a stop, she gets off where she needs to go. Gives a little bit of a wave, and it looks as though you have a number in your hand as you head home through the stars. All right. So yeah, that is our lasting image for the gauntlet. The bone rocket soars through the sky as the many fox spirits, young and old, look onward with great pride. And MacGyver got a number.
Yeah.
Heading back home with merriment and glee, able to be free from his suit,
The adventure continues.
I am way too immature for you to continually say Bone Rocket.
Yeah, it was better than Bone Train. I almost am like, oh, it's the Bone. I'm like, no, that's too much. Yeah, I do like Bone Rocket. That's the idea. The people of Strobayach are very innocent, so a lot of their vehicles and things are just horribly, grotesquely named. They're like, oh, what do you mean? What else does it mean? It just means bones. So yeah, that is the end of the gauntlet. All right, what did
Cool.
y'all think?
I had a good time.
Fun, yeah.
Awesome.
But I've got to crash.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, same here. Yep. Definitely a long one. Definitely a good one. I like the crazy energy coming into this one. And yeah, when any of you have any ideas for next time, let me know. I'm definitely liking some wackier adventures. I'm gonna go into next month with like a blank brain. Send me ideas when you have them or characters you really want to use, and we can workshop something.
Sounds
And I'm
good.
thinking, yeah, I'm thinking we do this next one like on the fly. Some kind of fun. We get info, let me know. So yeah,
Cool.
I'm gonna get going. It was awesome. And yeah, I'll talk to you all later.
All right. See you
Bye,
next time.
You, Tyson.
Peace.
Bye.